guys, we thank you for the opportunity to come together and participate in the governing of this county. We ask you guys, the commissioners, that they make decisions affecting the people and employees of the county. Their decisions might be wise ones. We ask you to watch over our employees and protect them as they go about serving the county throughout the days. We ask this in Jesus' name.
All right, good morning.
I review the minutes and make a motion we approve.
Second, moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We've got everything lined up to have a special meeting Wednesday morning at 10 with Goldberg and River City. So I think since we've got time to do that today ahead of time, it'd be good to have a motion to schedule that special meeting at that time.
So moved.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll just tell you that initially they thought we were gonna have to do it all by Zoom. In other words, they couldn't all be here. They're all trying to rearrange their schedules. Now, it looks like it's a good chance they'll all be here first. But we just need to hang loose and make sure.
And I went ahead and had a notice prepared, and I gave Jackie a copy of it a few minutes ago.
I'll make a motion, we approve our claims in amount of $210,307.33.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And a couple of changes, one, if you notice, Mark Christie out at 11, she wasn't quite ready yet for her budget, so she had me put her on next week. And then I didn't get it on there yet, it was right after when I was ready to come over. Deb Bruner's gonna come over right after Janet to just give an update on the appraiser's office.
Is that all you got?
I think that's it for now, anyway.
Gary, do you got anything right off the bat?
No.
All right, we'll move on to AMR.
Well, I apologize, our phone line, our computer line, and everything is down at the station, so I don't have these to give you, but I'll give you when I'm done, as far as the numbers go. Volume is picking back up. Volume is all the way back up in Kansas City.
Will you state your name just for,
Louis Aloy, Operations Supervisor, C-Shift.
thank you.
Kind of to give us a hint, we kind of fall right after Kansas City. We watch their trend as far as the call volume goes. They're right back up to the pre-COVID numbers as far as transports go. And they're going to do something that's going to kind of give us a hint of what everything else looks like, because they don't just do the 911 in Independence and Topeka and here and there, but they also do the interfacility transfers, which was what was kind of slowed down hospital to hospital, people who need to go to certain places that aren't in the right place. So as those numbers increase, everything's kind of getting back to normal. Their numbers are up. Our numbers are up, not quite back to pre-COVID numbers. So I think what's happening in the community is they're starting to call us again, because a lot of people weren't calling, or they would call and they really didn't want to go because they didn't want to go to town. They were scared. So I think we're kind of getting back to normal with our volume and our numbers. We're kind of just getting over all of our people who were out with FMLA and stuff like that this week, hopefully. Some real COVID information is we know some people who tested positive for it. We're working in the systems, but we have a very heightened protective where we're wearing masks all the time and gave it to nobody. So everyone who worked with them had to go get tested, and just kind of something to know that, and they were non-symptomatic. With that being said, kind of COVID facts, expect the numbers to increase a little bit. but that's to be expected for twofold. One, as we open back up and people go back out, but we do have an increased testing process now where more people are able to get tested. So it's kind of like, okay, we should see a little number increase, and that's to be expected. The whole reason why we did the whole shelter in place thing, so the hospitals didn't get overwhelmed. And I mean, we're directly working with these hospitals. We're talking to the doctors and the nurses and stuff like that. We passed that test, but we should see a little bit. I don't think it'll go to where it was. I know we have a bid coming up. We're super excited to be, back in the bid. And I'll tell you what, we have a group of employees now that just kind of all fell into place. They're just awesome, just doing a wonderful job and kind of interacting with the community well and all the different departments, fire and sheriff's office and things like that. And we're all happy to have the opportunity for you guys to look at our bid again. And we couldn't be happier to be here. You got the boss of bosses right here now, and we're always here for questions. We're here for questions to the guys in the street, to the supervisors, and to the big bosses. But I know me personally, I'm not just kind of tooting Jason's horn, but since he came back, he's got a lot of great stuff to keep the employees really happy, and a lot of programs. I mean, just the educational stuff that's coming up now has been just exciting, where things that ambulance companies have never done. No one's ever sent EMTs to paramedic school. It's the fire departments that do that. They have the big budgets. And Jason's working on that, and medics who want to become flight medics can now move around within the company because, we're owned by a bird company initially. And with that being said, we've done some fantastic training in the past 6 weeks with our helicopter to make sure that the appropriate patients are getting flown and the not appropriate patients aren't getting flown. Because for us down here at this level, we do not want to send someone in a helicopter who doesn't need it because it could be financially crippling. And we're looking at both sides of that too to make sure we're not sending people. We're doing trainings and setting up LZs and seeing what estimated times are to make sure the birds are getting there at the appropriate times, and it's efficient and effective and cost effective to send these patients via helicopter. So that's been a great, change that we've seen. As far as volume goes, this week we got called out 25 times, transported 17 for the month. It's 37 call outs, 25 transports. These numbers are definitely coming back. We're probably 25% down, but it is what it is. And I'll leave these if you want to make copies. You have questions?
Is it hard
fast.
for you guys to find employees to come down in this area?
I call this place the Jewel. This is a really fantastic system, I believe, and I think the people who are here really believe it, but people are afraid of the drive, and honestly, here's one thing we specifically have to have. We have to have really good paramedics. Everyone has to have good paramedics. But when I worked the shift on the street the other day, and it was an hour and 12 minutes that once I got the patient from the house before I got him to the hospital. And it's not just the quick assessment that they teach you in paramedic school and 7 minutes later you're at the hospital. Here, you watch your patients get better from your treatments, and then the treatments wear off. Then you've got to retreat them. And and down here, really, people do not abuse the system as a whole. Where in the city, they want to ride to town and they call. So we get sick patients down here. If an ambulance is ever needed someplace, it's here. Or in the cities, you're 5 minutes from a hospital. So I think people are scared of the drive, some medics, and they're scared that the acuity is high. People are sick and you're going to have a long time. And that's why you will see a lot of the older salty or medics who come down here who've run, like me, I'm used to running 20, 25 calls a shift, and now might run 4 calls a shift. But not to mention, the big deal here is, and the boss will tell you, and that's why we're sending people to school, is 5 years ago, all you heard about is the nursing crisis, the nursing crisis, the nursing crisis. I tried to get all my daughters to go to nursing school because you'll always have a job. There is 10 times worse paramedic crisis now. We're at the point now where we just recruited 2 people from another company, to come back to work for us up in Kansas City. They were fantastic medics, and honestly, those companies, they can't even fill their seats. That company used to have ALS service. They're down to just EMTs in the city because paramedics are just so in demand. I don't know if the word is, but who wants to go to school for 2.5 to 3 years, and nurses will make more in 2 years. And you have to work
Do you have problems with them going to school and all that and then jumping ship?
Not necessarily here, but sometimes. Like here, people who set their goals here. We just had one of our EMTs transfer down to Kansas City, and she just finished school, and she was about to jump ship because she became a medic, and then someone saved her spot. So when the next medic spot comes up, she will get it, which for us is a big deal because everyone is hurting for medics. And if you don't have the top tier in pay, why would anyone go and get paid less?
Right.
For me, it's quality of life. This is a much better quality of life than working in the city. But I'm also old. So, like I said, paramedics are just hard to find now. You wouldn't want to be in the starting an ambulance company game right now because you wouldn't be able to fill your seats, you know? And you wouldn't, like the benefits we're starting to offer now, the training, sending EMTs to medic school, sending medics to nursing school, sending medics to flight training and stuff like that. They could rotate onto a bird, and even he's talked about, you know, sending medics to management training school. And it's all through, you probably haven't even bragged about this yet. It's all through MU, which means these people are gonna come out with actual degrees, which will make them more marketable to leave, which is more the reason why, you know, such a change in treating our employees so much better. Not that we ever treated them bad, but that's a long answer. Questions?
No, yeah, you answered it. You answered it.
It's multifolded, you know what I mean? I mean, people look at, you know, the rate of pay down here and they're like, oh, I don't know. You know, I can make, you know, a medic in Kansas City, my girlfriend just started with AMR in Johnson County, and her rate of pay starting, because they give her experience, was $26 an hour. And a starting medic down here is $14.50. I mean, you know what I mean? So it's a lot of money up there. So
Triple the work, though.
absolutely, and you know, they don't, you know, honestly, people here are happy to see us. You know, people in the city, I always kind of feel like I've accomplished something after a call. It's rarely I have a bad encounter with a patient down here where I also work in Clay Como as a fire medic part-time, and it just seems like half the people there, unless it comes from the Ford plant, which those are the salt of the earth, as I call them, they're always just unhappy. We didn't do something, we couldn't deliver something, we're here, we deliver what they want. So.
Nailed it. Thank you.
Long-winded Lou, sorry.
No, you're
So,
good.
copies if you guys want to see. Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Who we got now?
Baby.
Not yet.
We just recovered from one of our medics who was on FMLA for kids.
Yeah.
So he came back today, and now he's lost me for a while.
All right, Tisha, are you ready? Here's your. You want this?
Good morning.
Morning.
Tisha Coleman, Linn County Health Department Administrator. Just going to give you kind of a quick update in regards to what's going on in our office. WIC, we are continuing services via phone until through the month of June, and then hopefully in the next week or two, we are going to hear from WIC in regards to if that can continue or if we can start seeing patients back in the office. Our immunization clinics are scheduled for the 23rd and 29th, I believe, and that's for adolescents that are going to be entering grade 7 through 19 years of age. And so that can get our college kids vaccinated as well for like Menactra and some of those diseases that need to be vaccinated against for
What day was that?
the 23rd and 29th. MCH, which is our maternal child health program, we did get a Walmart grant a few months ago in relation to increasing recreation and arts for children, and due to COVID, we've had to become a little more creative with how we're going to do that. We were going to have groups and go to events and things like that, and since that's kind of on the not happening or not happening as much and gathering that, what we've done is we've done a drawing, and we're putting up drawing boxes in each community, meaning, I say community, the bigger communities, Lacine, Mound City and Pleasanton, the grocery stores in Mound City and Pleasanton, and I think it's Dollar General in Lacine to do a drawing we have purchased through Walmart several recreational type activities to encourage activity for children, and we're gonna do a drawing for that. And that'll be the end of June, I believe, so that they'll have the rest of the summer to play with their fun stuff. BAM classes, which is our Becoming a Mom classes, will be starting back up. We're working on getting that started back up. We did complete our session in March, our first time ever, and we had 4 that participated, 3 that completed the class. And with that, they have prenatal education, kind of not parenting classes, but kind of just becoming a mom type stuff. And fathers are encouraged to come as well. So we're gonna be starting that back up probably in the next month or so. COVID related, we are at 354, I say symptomatic testings. And not all these are symptomatic now because there's several that are being tested pre-hospital or pre-surgery type situations. So that's an increase from 44 for last week. And then 61 for community testing, and we did community testing last week, and we had, I think our 25 that signed up, some of them couldn't meet or come the day or the time that we specified, and so we had 14 of those, and those were all negative. So our current numbers are still at 11. I just do want to reiterate, I did leave the county this weekend and went in some places and have noticed lots of people are doing the right things. The masks, the social distancing, things like that. And in our county, when I go into places, I see shields, but not necessarily masking or social distancing. And I think that that will have a big impact on what happens in the future for us as people begin to gather back together, these numbers increase and things like that. So just to be aware that as we have an increase in cases, which I believe we will, because the other thing is to be aware of is our neighboring counties. We've had some counties to the south and some counties to the north went up several numbers this weekend, and so it's encroaching more on Linn County. And so as you travel out of the county, just make sure that you're doing all the appropriate, taking responsibility, doing what you need to do to protect yourself. I can't reiterate that enough, and I probably will say it every week until we get through all of this. Just because I think that once people think that COVID's not here, or COVID, I've heard of like COVID parties and things like that, and that's just, I guess, my view is not acting responsibly when you gather back together and all of these things start to happen again, and closeness, and not practicing what we should be responsibly. Granted, it's on them, but my job is to attempt to protect 10,000 citizens, and just want to educate and reiterate that we are practicing all the safe means of things that need to be happening. Do you have any questions?
I think you're doing a good job at it too.
Trying. Oh, and that's the other thing. We had brought on the school nurses, PRN, which is an as-needed basis, and so we've been having one extra staff member pretty much 3 to 4 days a week to help out with the disease investigations, and they're going to be going on vacation because school will be starting back, and then school will be starting back, and so we are still looking for PRN nurses. And I think I'm going to put an ad in the paper, on Facebook and in the paper, just so that we can have those people on board so that they're here if we need them. So if you don't have any nurses, send them my way. Okay, that's it.
Thank
Thank you. Janet, you want to go ahead and talk with us?
Here's my budget.
Thank you, ma'am.
I give you sheets on the back to show you how my budget's gonna go up.
Do I need to read the numbers for you?
If you would.
If I would. Payrolls, 159,208.06. Contractual is 36,860. Commodities is 13,425. That's a total of 209,493.06. And that is down. And I did not figure that. About $4,000.
And you're happy with it?
Yes. And I've given you explanation.
Yeah, it looks good.
Why it went up and why it went down.
Are you up to personnel-wise, are you full?
Kathy retires July 1.
You already have a replacement for her?
I have a replacement for her. I'm not gonna increase, I've replaced her, but I think I can do with 3 people in each office.
And you're real happy with your replacement, right, still?
Yes, I'm very happy with my replacements, yes. Yeah,
And I'm afraid of her taking off on you, huh?
right. Pray they stay with me.
You have any big purchases that you see coming up next year?
I do not. I replace at least 1 computer every year, and I replace that out of my tech fund. So,
It's good to me.
if you have any questions?
This helps me out. The way you did this helps me out a lot. I'm a little behind these guys on, experience in doing these budgets. So this actually really helps me out. So thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve Janet's budget in the amount of $209,493.06.
Second.
Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
You have
Thank
any
you, Janet.
questions for me?
I don't
Okay.
think so. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Just a quick note on budgets. I think I included that maybe in one email that I copied you guys on, but after I'd already done some previous week, Janet had mentioned something to Amanda about the pay dates, and then Amanda told me we're actually gonna have 27 pay dates next year instead of 26. So that's gonna have an effect on budgets because we're gonna be paying an extra time next year.
I'm guessing you had that covered since you're the one that caught it.
I did.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I did read that.
And that'll happen every few years, just the way the calendar falls on the pay dates.
Leap year last, what was this year? wasn't it? Gain today. Finally.
All right. Where are we at, Kevin?
Morning, Commission. Kevin Friend, Linn County Sheriff. As far as the numbers go, we currently have 15 prisoners in-house and 3 farmed out. This past week, we experienced 141 911 calls. As a result, we had 346 calls for service this last week. We opened up 25 new cases at the sheriff's office, and we closed 10 of our historical cases at the sheriff's office. So as AMR had stated, numbers are headed back up a little bit. Our calls for service this past week were down quite a bit, about 100 calls for service down, although our 911 calls were up. So that's kind of telling us that, we're seeing a little bit more seriousness in the calls and things like that. I think when Tisha stated she was trying to protect 10,000 people in the county, she's understating herself, because with our weekends at the lake developments and stuff like that, we're probably experiencing about half of our population again coming into the county. So, on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, our population grows to, probably 15,000, 16,000 persons in Linn County. So We're seeing a lot of activity in our lake developments, and that's affected our call load a little bit. But we're very fortunate in that, with the use of our school resource officers and things like that, we're able to cover those situations and not really suffer a loss in manpower due to the population increase over the weekend. So that's been kind of a blessing for us. Don't really have anything huge from last week to bring forward, but if you have any questions for me.
I don't, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Very good. Jessica, you got anything for us?
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. All I have this morning is the contract for the CDBG grant. David has it. We need 2 signatures from Danny, and the contract would be valid after we have to send it into Commerce. They'll sign it and send it back, and then the contract is valid for the grant.
$132,000.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we have our chair approve that. Sign it.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 I also need like 5 minutes for trade secrets, whenever we have time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are you done with this, Danny?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
I might just address that notice that Danny agreed to there. This is just a notice from, the
Continental
Land
Coal.
Reclamation people that, that the coal mine over in Continental is, after applying to be released from their bond. There's nothing that we have to do, no response to make. It's just give us notice that they're going through that process.
Informing us that they've regraded and done remedial work from the mining that they had performed in those areas. I'm sure it's a requirement by the state and federal governments that they were noticed that they've met those requirements, and now we're requesting to be released from the bond from whomever is noticing us to let us know.
Was Pam, is she still here?
She's here somewhere.
Is she ready?
Mr. Bartlett doing all right, T-shirt?
He is not, he's not, coming in today, so he's,
You guys getting rest and getting caught up?
I did. I left the county this weekend and went and saw my grandchild, so it was great. So, I think, calm down, I hate to say the Q word, but, just waiting for the next spring. So,
Hopefully you're waiting, just keep waiting.
I hope so. And so that's giving me time, for me, it's giving me time to, and us at this office, giving us the time to be able to focus, or not focus, but be able to do, like budgets and all of the other things that, not that those have been neglected, it's just not been a high priority because we're so busy doing the other, so, yeah.
Hopefully you can take a little break from it and focus on something else for a while.
I got to spend it with grandbabies, so
There you go.
keep doing that.
How old?
6 weeks and almost 4 full weeks, 3.5.
You're not gonna tell us that's the first time you've seen that 6-week-old?
Oh, no. No, we went, about, 1 or 2 weeks. He was about 10 to 14 days old was the first time, but, yeah, he's out of state, so, it's a trip. But that's fine. My goal is not to,
Good
and
luck.
FaceTime helps with that, too. Yeah.
Good luck.
Do you have anything else for me?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you later.
Pam?
Pam Cannon, GIS Mapping Department. I didn't necessarily have anything for you. I just was going to bring you up on some projects we've been working on. We've been doing a lot of ag review in support of the appraiser's office the last couple of weeks. And we take our different aerials that we get from the National Ag Imagery Program. They take them every other year and they're provided to us free. And we compare the two aerials with the land use that we have and see if there's any changes that need to be made, and then create a report, and then the appraiser's office can put that into their system and go from there. But if you don't know how ag ground is taxed, it's based on the use, whether it's cropped or hay or pasture or whatever, or if it's just residential or commercial or whatever the use is, and then the soil type, how productive the soil is for crops or hay or whatever. So those are different layers, and we kind of cookie cutter down through them, starting with the parcel boundary, and then the use, and then the soil type, and then that report generates how many acres are within each one of those categories, and that's how ag use is taxed, and the price is determined by the state. So there's really not anything we can do other than make sure we have the land use correct. That we try to do that at least every other year. That's when we get the images, the aerial photography. We get those. The last time we had them in 2017 and then 2019. So we're reviewing all of those, looking for changes.
So even though that you have the maps, aerial views, do they still have to go, do the appraisers still have to go out to on-site?
Yes, sometimes you can't really determine necessarily what that change is. You can just see that it looks different than before. And sometimes you can see hay bales in it, so you know then it's hay ground. But sometimes you just see like, the row, you know, you can kind of see the track in the field, so you don't know if it was actually tilled or if it was just happened to be mowed. So they've got a handful of them they're going to be having to actually go out and physically look at.
So when you see stuff like that, do you label that for them, like on a map?
I make the changes on the map. If I can determine it myself, I go ahead and make that change. But if I question it, I have them make that determination, because they're the ones responsible for it. If they have to have a hearing or whatever, then they need to be able to back that. A lot of times, CRP will come out, and while it's in the program for CRP, it is taxed as crop, because they're getting an income off of that as a crop income. And then once it expires from the CRP program, if they don't go back to tilling it or don't sign it back up, then we change it to grass.
You said the CRPs, it's categorized as a crop?
Mm-hmm. While it's in the program, it's categorized as a crop. And so-
Effectively being kind of paid out as if it were a crop supplement. So.
Correct.
Just not to do anything with it? Is that kind of?
Well, that was the idea, to set it aside. Initially, the program was, and especially the more erodible properties that are not as friendly as row cropping as, and maybe it should have been set aside for erosion control or whatever reason. But and so you're being supplemented not to farm it, but or hay it even. There are instances you can't hay it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they have requirements too, as far as some of them, depending on whether it's tame or native, they have to burn it every so often. They have to manage the noxious weeds on it and stuff like that. They have requirements they have to meet. I also brought my maps in support of Jackie, and there's going to be some discussion later, so that's why I went ahead and brought my computer over. So if you have any questions while we're looking at that stuff, I'd be happy to answer them too.
And I think it's fair to say the state's really pressed us in the last few years to step those programs up. I think there was a lot of ground that was maybe not either grass or tillable that now has been taxed. Linn County does a lot of recreation in those areas now, whether you're deer hunting or bird hunting or whatever. But anyway, those programs, I mean, it's not something the county mandated. It was something that the state said you're going to have to address these areas. And if you own a good amount of ground, and 30% of it was grasslands, pasture or hay, and the other part of it was maybe 60% of it, there's 10% of it was wastelands, and have got taxed differently here in the last few years. what a farmer would consider wasteland. Well, now they're leasing some of those properties to hunters, and so they're taxing it differently.
Where a waterway might have been considered waste in the past, if they go out there and hay it, then it's not waste, it's just tame grass. But like, you own to the center of the river, so, but that, you can't do anything with, so that part would be waste from the bank to the river, that would be all waste. And it's like at $10 an acre or something.
We can get way down into it, but they've basically effectively accounted for every little piece and part of that, and the state assesses it, we just have
Can you
to, we're
tax for the
required to
river?
account for it. What's that?
They tax people for the river?
No. Well, they
Well, it's
tax-
considered waste, which is a very small amount.
It's taxed as wasteland rather than cropland.
One of the things I didn't realize earlier is that, yeah, in the county, you own to the center of the road. A lot of people think they do it in the cities, which typically is not so. But you own to the center of the road, but it is not taxed.
Correct.
There's a road easement on it. You're not taxed for that portion of it.
That's why a realtor might say it's 80 acres, and we say it's 78 acres if it's got road frontage on 2 sides or something. You get taxed on what you're using.
So if you're going down the river, you gotta ask for landowner's permission to go down the river?
If you get on the bank, you do.
But if you're floating down the middle of the river, you don't have to?
Riparian rights say that you can use the river without permission, but you can't use the land beside the river without permission.
There were
Pretty good
a few
anchor.
years ago, they looked into maybe doing like a canoe thing, but they didn't have an area that the landowner was willing to allow people to access that river from that property. But anyway, it's kind of a dangerous river to be on.
Yeah.
So that idea kind of got scrapped. But the state determines, like I said, the values of the soil types on how productive it is, and I think that's determined a lot on feed prices, grain prices, and hay and pasture and stuff. So I'm glad we don't have to be the ones to determine that, but they take care of that.
Do you have anything to do with the GIS? Do you set all that up, or what is that? You do?
It's called a geographic information system. So it's basically digital, everything is digital in the computer. And I drew all of the lines of all of our 19,000 parcels and then all of the land use lines.
I just learned about that, and I love that thing. I use that so much. It's damn funny.
Pam, basically, she'll be modest, but she basically pioneered a lot of for the county, most certainly. I'm spoiled. I went over to Anderson County a few years ago, and I asked for a map, and the gal went over and she pulled out a stick and a big mylar and went over and said, "What part you want?" and flipped it up on a copy machine, printed me off a map, and I thought, wow. But not only in our county, but how many national or state boards have you sat on, presidented? I mean,
Kansas Association of Mappers, I
awards
served
you've
on for 6
received,
years.
It just goes on, her credentials go on and on and on about how she's worked in this program and developed it. And it's so changing. That's the reason we try to support. It's an expensive thing to keep up with mapping and the maps being taken and the equipment needed, but we are, I'd say, cutting edge as far as the
County, definitely.
county our size.
I utilize it all the time. So that's awesome.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you for coming over and talking to us. That helps me especially learn. So learned a lot. Invite you to come back anytime you want. So.
I know there's an area in Parker where the roads have been, and you've been working on it, and I think Kevin's been down there a few times. I think this weekend, one of the landowners blocked the access to some other landowners, and it got a little western, I think, but anyway. But that's the kind of thing we try and prevent from lying to happen, is where we have a convoluted mess. But
Sometimes it gets to the point that we can't give the answer, it's gonna be a legal issue.
well, all you can do is just present the problem, say you guys have got to resolve it as a community. So. And I think the access to the church was closed twice.
On a Sunday?
Sunday morning.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pam.
Well, the fact that the city finally decided to take action is what precipitated that.
I would have assumed that they're taking a partial action anyway. They've got some other areas that need to be cleaned up too. I'm sure every community does.
Perfect timing. Are you ready? We're ready for you if you're ready.
How do I do that?
Hey, I just wanted to let you know what we're doing. We're,
Deb Bruner, you're the interim appraisal,
yes,
appraiser.
we are in the process of doing what we call our 17% review, where we go to a certain area of the county. We're required by state law to revisit property every 6 years. We're on a 6-year cycle. So we have started in the Tanglewood area, and we're going to be moving to the west, clear to the county line, for this year's 17% review. And we've got also our sales that have occurred. So if your property has sold within the last several months, we're going to be reviewing those properties for the time of sale. That's what we have to do also, and they're scattered throughout the county. I can't get 2 vehicles going at the moment because our blue truck, it's a standard shift. It's not really good for doing 17% review because you're constantly stopping and starting and shifting and hills and that kind of thing. So I'm in the process of talking with Jackie Messer to maybe see if we can work out a deal and he can use that vehicle and we can get a different one. Because I can't send our sales girl out with that truck. It's just not working for us, being a standard shift. Unfortunately, we tried to start it and it's broke. Jackie had the county boy mechanic come look at it, and we think it's the fuel pump. So they're going to replace that for us, and so we can get that vehicle up and running still.
You helping her out, Jackie? Are you helping?
Trading value, I think this one's out.
You give her a bicycle, that's mean.
Yeah, the value is going down since I couldn't start it. But we're gonna fix it and get it going.
We have a couple vehicles we've been looking at that we might swap, but the problem is hers got a lot lower miles and ours a little higher, so but then the fact that it doesn't start, it
There you go.
What year is that vehicle?
It is a 2004
Wow.
with 30,000 miles on it.
I'm guessing there's a lot of people that don't like driving this county for that project.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it's not
It's a
efficient.
full-size truck with a
It's
little-
not efficient. It's got a bench seat, so you get a driver short like me, then your passenger better be short-legged too, or you're gonna be in trouble.
Is it a little pickup?
No, it's full-size 4x4. Okay, so,
That Explorer out there was one of the options I thought might work for the swap for. We've got one identical to it at the landfill, except it's automatic. But it's under her.
You guys will figure that out.
yeah, we're working on that. Jackie thought also maybe that he might just buy it outright and give us the funding to look for something else. That Explorer, I believe would work for us. It's got 106,000 miles on it, so we'll be adding some miles to it if we take it.
How long does it take you,
I
Deb,
don't know.
to get through all that? The 17%? Will it take you the rest of the year, or?
Yeah, we've got the 17% area, and then we also have to go out on the building permits, and then, like I said, the sales. So we'll be running until probably September,
Gotcha.
and then October for building permits and trying to close out the year so we can send values by January 1st.
Parcels?
So,
Is that 17% of the total parcels? or what?
yeah, 17% of the total parcels. We do an area each year, and it's about 17%. We've got 20,000 parcels in the county. So,
Effectively, it's a 5-year program.
yeah, yep. So anyway, that's kind of what we're looking at and where we're at and what we're doing. I am looking at the budget. I've got some things that you need to keep in mind. I'm going to retire eventually.
You said not until after I was done with this, so you told me that the other day.
So, you know, and you're gonna need an appraiser, and you're gonna need somebody that's got some type of knowledge on how it all works, because, you know, I've got 30 years in, and that's a lot of knowledge to be leaving you, and then, you know, there's another gal that's not far behind me that will do the same,
You
so
just
there's
come in with
another
bad
30
news
years.
today.
So, yeah.
We got what, one younger gentleman in there working that you're teaching all your
The
knowledge?
latest hire is Dustin Schuler, and he's been taking classes, and that's the other thing, funding for the schools are gonna be probably increasing, because you're gonna have somebody trained, in the interim. And Dustin's been going to schools, and they're not cheap. A lot of those, international assessing office courses are $500, $600, and you have to have those in order to become an appraiser. So education is going to be something that's going to be included in the budget this year, because you're going to have some people trained. We need to replace the data collector that's gone, so that's another thing that we're going to be looking at, so that we can get back up to speed.
Can you be sure to write all that down in your budget, just so that,
Yes.
for my knowledge, just so I can keep
Yes, I
up
can.
and learn? I went and visited with her on Monday, and I learned what her job was. I never really paid attention, and I give it to you guys. You guys do great.
Thank you.
So they told me some stories, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, we meet all kinds out there, but we've been, as far as COVID, we've still been going ahead and knocking on the door and then stepping back away, so that
Have you had a lot of,
distance.
beyond like, the sickness, have you had anybody that's been pushing on you guys to get off their property type stuff, like anti-government people?
Not so far.
Good.
We haven't met any gruntle people as far as the start of this year. But, you know, we have in the past, and we just go about our way and leave them alone, you know, so. But, you know, that's like everything else. You meet all kinds. So some of us want us there, some of us don't, but we're just trying to do our job. And if they don't want us there, we leave. But we are, for COVID's sake, stepping back away from the door once we knock and tell them what we're doing. But we usually just recheck the measurements, see if there's any changes, take our pictures for our files, and move on.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We invite you back anytime.
Okay.
With good news.
You or her? If she's retired, it might be good for her.
It probably is.
Did she give you a hint as to when?
No. I'd say, well, yeah, I think she said next 2 years or something like that. I said, well, if I get elected again, not until after I'm done.
Pam was part of the appraisal office.
That's what they were telling me. I spent all day up there with them after commission and talked to them, so they taught me a lot.
That program, as you can see, started getting much more beneficial to the entire county community than just the appraisal office. And so it made sense to us at the time to divide that out of there. And like I said, sheriff, public works, virtually every department in the county utilizes them. Agriculture, FSA office, I mean, it's just water districts, the actual cities are using you to help them, trying to develop a lot of those things. So anyway, yeah, but most of these programs are outlined and by the state, they have to meet those requirements. And our obligation as commissioners is to make sure that we meet those state requirements and fall within those guidelines. It's intentionally not heavily managed by the commission because they don't need our intervention on how the taxation's done out of the state program.
Looks like Pam and Deb were both very helpful to me in the last couple of weeks. Pam got me new maps for the ambulance bids. She can whip out a map of whatever we need and ask how I wanted it to look. I was working on all the values for the county to get our mid-year abstract done for the state, and I have to get with Deb quite a bit on that, because there's a couple places through that process that it's an error listing that'll print, and there's always going to be some errors. It's just mismatches when things pull across, but a lot of those I have to go to Deb to see how to fix them. And I'm in a time crunch when it comes to that, because once I get the values in from the state, I've just got a few days to turn that around, get it out to other counties, get everything done, and Deb was very helpful on that, just dropping what she was doing so she could fix that for me and I could move on with my list too.
They were telling me some stories about the times they gotta go out on some of the properties and the dogs and stuff. I'm like, I told them I was gonna buy them all a little canister of mace or something, so they said they've been doing it a long time.
Oh, I think they've had pocket knives thrown at them.
That's,
So Tanya from the Regional Planning Commission just came in. This is the contract for the Regional Planning Commission to administer the CDBG grant. You signed this already, but then they changed their fee structure because everybody only got 44% of what we applied for, so.
So we didn't get the 132, is that what you're?
No, we got 132, we applied for 300.
Oh.
So 44% of their original quote, so they'll charge us around $6,000 to administer the grant, but we need new signatures on the new contract to reflect that. So I need Danny and David to sign both of these copies.
Right, a motion to authorize, sign the new revision.
So moved. Second.
moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Have you got all the details on what you're gonna have, on getting the grant for the businesses yet? They're still working on that?
We're waiting for guidelines to come down from Commerce still, so we can't finalize our application until we get that information.
You still need a few minutes. for trade secrets.
Pam, you got something you're sharing with everybody? Are you sharing something with everybody? Or what do you,
Is this part of the Jackie discussion though?
Got some maps to go with Jack.
then you, Jackie, you wanna go ahead and visit with us, or you wanna do that first, or how you guys wanna do it? Or take care of her while you
Yeah,
guys
we'll
set
take
up?
care
Hear that while she looks up.
All right. I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 5 minutes for trade secrets with Jessica.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Go ahead,
Oh, I thought you.
make your spiel, dude.
Well, what she's hooking up, Jackie Messer, Public Works. We've had some ongoing issues that we just want clarification and talk about. Quite more and more frequently, we're getting approached with, I'm selling some property back here, and there was a road maybe laid out years ago and it's still on the map. I want a new road. And sometimes it serves just one person. Sometimes it serves 4 or 5 pieces of property. We always seem to try to give the correct answer for a policy. And for example, the one that I'm going to use as an example today, the statute says basically, if it has not been used regularly by the general public and the owner desires to have the road maintained for general public, it should be the duty of the owner to establish a maintainable roadbed and drainage according to the standards established by the township or county in this place. So it seems like every time this comes up, we try to figure out how we would do it. Here's the example, the one we're talking about now. This is the way it's been for years. It's posted, no trespassing, it's gated off.
And that's a road, that's the,
This is what they want a road. There's nothing there. There was never a road there. So the question is, how do we proceed when we have these issues?
so it's not a road right now?
Not a road right now.
So, but it is a county road, right?
It was a county road laid out as a county road.
Right.
But it was never developed.
Never been improved.
Never been
Never been
improved.
improved.
But there's adjoining landowners or just one landowner?
Not now, but it will be. They've opened up this,
Yeah, I know they want to sell it.
they've opened up 3 or 4 lots in there.
Mhm.
Now, the gentleman who lived, I don't know where is he at? Okay.
Thank
Okay, so basically, he maintained gravel to there and then gated it off. Although officially it was a road at some point in time, it could have been developed to a road, but it was never developed.
For people to use.
For the public.
Yeah.
So and this is the second, it's not the second time, it's about the 10th time it's come up. We want you to build us a road because now we want to sell lots or we want to build a cabin back there. Up on Ayers, we took the policy that it's minimum maintenance until you bring it up. We had the same issue up there. We want this developed. Well, you don't want the public on it, we're not going to develop it for that. So that's how, and it was declared a minimum maintenance. Personally, what I think we should do is if somebody does this, and it says they need to bring it up to a standard, we could declare it a minimum maintenance and just open it up as a minimum maintenance. But if they want more, they want gravel, they want culverts, they want all this stuff in there, they will have to bring it up to that standard, give us the right-of-way that's required, and then, but do you do that for 1 or 2 pieces of property? We have another location that we have even have a bridge back in there, and the road has been blocked off.
On this track?
No, on a different one, there's another example. And we don't maintain that road, but the reason we can't close the bridge is because there's another property beyond it that's owned by somebody else. So we're caught in a bind. And that's 3 examples of where this issue has come up. We just want to make sure that between the state statutes and your desire of how you want this run, that we have a coherent policy, and that's kind of why Pam's here to show you what we're looking at. I think this road in particular hasn't even been marked as a road, and it's been gated off by a cable for 20 years. I think 20. There's a property down in there, so.
But at the end of the day, it's a county road, right?
It was laid out as a county road, it's never been built as a county road. And this statute says, if such a situation occurs, the road has not been maintained for at least 20 years, or has not been regularly used by the general public, and the owner wants to bring it into public use, then the owner has to establish the roadbed and drainage before the county is responsible for maintaining it.
Also in the Kansas Local Road Management Handbook, it addresses that and talks about the difference between a closed road and a vacated road. A closed road, there is a difference. A closed road is one that has not been traveled and the road easement still exists, which is what this would be. And then a vacated road would be where you officially take action to vacate the road, and then it goes back to the owner. And the county no longer has the easement for it.
I guess way back in the dark ages, when Kansas became a state, they laid all these roads out. If the county took and said, we want roads here. So the counties said, yeah, we want these to be roads, not meaning we were gonna do it, but to claim right of way on it. That's why we have so many, and that have never been developed, because they claimed them back in the 1870s or
Yeah,
something.
under the congressional survey, which surveys the whole area, there is the automatic right-of-way on every section line, unless they have vacated that right-of-way. In addition, then, they specifically established roads where there were already tracks where people are going hither and yon. That's why you've got some roads that go like that, you know, every which way. Because, so you've got roads two different ways. You got the ones that came from the congressional survey, and then you got the ones that are established by usage. And many of the ones from the congressional survey on the section lines were never actually built roads.
So this is right, so this is a closed road, and do we follow statute? Is that what?
That's what Jackie has asked us to establish a policy that we're gonna follow this.
Yes.
This required.
What do you think?
Policy already exists, right?
The statute exists, yeah.
Yeah.
And so, what he's asking you to do is to commit to going by the statute.
Yeah. I
So
thought
if we
we
get it up to par, what's our,
Then we would
What
be
do we-
responsible for maintaining it
just
like we do
maintain
every other
it,
road.
nothing?
Does the road go through, does it just go down in certain, in dead ends?
Yes.
That's the
Is
problem
that
too.
train tracks or what was that? Or is that just field?
Was it a such,
There's something,
There's like two sets of something.
Okay, and the reason this question has come up, the people wanting to buy this tract, or this tract, or this tract, they want a commitment from the county or the real estate agent that they're not buying something that's not gonna have a road to. And that's the reason it's come up.
But none of it's been sold, right? Andy, has any of the property been sold? They've got contracts on it.
and they're contingent on access, which this is access, but it's not. What they're wanting for access is a all-weather road type
Right.
situation that somebody else is responsible maintaining and clearing and all that, and so.
And this is not the first time, but I just.
Educate me, I thought you couldn't leave them out.
they're not.
They're not.
Because there's a road there.
There is a road there. Not a good one, but there's a road there.
Well, yeah, and see, they have access.
It appears on every one of these aerials throughout the years that this has been the actual road to travel with this property.
It's gravel to that drive. The other question that makes it another issue is this would be 1,200, and the
Gary, can you offer some opinion? You've been through this. I mean, we could hash it to death and relive it. We just need to follow the statutes.
Yeah, that's my idea is we follow the statute. Otherwise, you just pretty quick be in the road building business, and that's about all you can do.
This is coming up quite a bit.
This is the one
It
behind,
says there's a road, build me a road. I'm getting it quite a bit.
is this the one that we took the or had them take the cable down here a while back and then?
No, totally different.
Oh, this ain't that road?
No, this is a different one, that's what I'm saying, that one was off of, Andy, help me on that. No, there was another one over there, remember the guy wouldn't take the cable down and sing the ladder?
Lucian?
Not this
Is it
one.
Lucian?
Well, we've got several, is the point.
One guy put the cable across the road, we asked him to take it down, where was that?
Yeah, that one was on
Well,
there.
that was theirs too, but there was another one. Oh, is that it?
Is that one by Jackie's house? Is that by your house?
Okay, then there's another one out there that we're
So
talking
Darren
about.
Lowe owns on one side and then, okay, I think I know where, yeah.
Yeah, there was another one that they did.
He wanted signs over on that one side. I remember.
Yeah, there was another one in addition to this, but I can't remember the address, I've heard it off the top of my head. So this is three or four times this happened this year.
Andy, talk to us about this property. Tell us so it's under contract, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's already filed the deed separating north 91 acres
Mhm.
along 1200 road. And then the balance of it will have a split off there too. So we've got two pieces right now.
The status of the road is not.
Is that the only way to those, once he's got it all divided, is that the only way the property owners will have access?
That is the only way one of the property owners will have access, and the other one on the north side of the road. Right there. Yes. So that should be 1, 2, 3, 4 lots, 5 lots of access on this road.
And the access is not what we're discussing.
No, I know, but
It's the road. What's the county gonna be obligated to make that?
Looking further into the future too, you know, that sometimes the same landowners owned all of that, they didn't care for anybody to be down in there, so the cable's off, they didn't want people going down dead end road. Now people are wanting to develop things, you know, if you close the road, then with the planning and zoning, you're not gonna meet lot split requirements, because you don't have road frontage, so, I mean, you just kinda gotta look at the crystal ball, do you want the county to expand and have to do all that, or you wanna close it down and vacate the road? I mean, you can't landlock something, but
This
I've
is,
got a whole folder full of them to address later.
this is age old, really. Remember when Brandon was trying to develop area on the east side? This is in the city of Pleasanton, and, you know, there was a lot of development cost. The mini farms up east of, you know, the lake developments, it goes on. Are we gonna be developers, or are we, you know, and it is a county road, but the taxpayers are gonna be responsible for developing the road so the developers can sell the property and then maintain the road. Historically, I can think of 2 or 3 deals we've dealt with over the last 12 years, but historically, like you said, the developer, the person that's gonna reap the benefits from it, would bring it up to standards. If they wanted us to turn it, us to take it back over and maintain it. And I think it's probably, regardless of who the players are, the names, or where it's at, or anything else, is probably the line we want to toe. The Ayers Road issue, the gentleman wanted to build his new home on the end of the road, all the way to the other end of his property, and he wanted the county to come in and bring this before it sold. And actually, that gentleman was wanting to do this, was a son-in-law to the guy that owned it, but he wanted the county to go in and put in a bridge and build him a quarter-mile road so he could have a very remote home, recreational home, and was like, oh, we can't do that. You know, we can't spend hundreds of thousands of dollars developing that. So that, well, we're obligated to. Well, no, we took a position we're not. And so, anyway.
Well, you guys are gonna take the heat for what we do, so I wanted to make sure you know
Well-
what we do, but I wanna follow the statute and not make exceptions if there's an exception. by bringing in houses or something, that would be different, but I think that would have to be.
Do we
But the
truly?
statute says we don't have to do that. I don't know, I just want guidance, because it keeps coming up. There was a place, by Mound City, there was one off 900 Road, about every 3 or 4 months, this same question comes up. Even though there's a fence across there, and there's never been a road there, it shows there's a road there on the map, so I want a road. And it's a lot of expense to the county. Reese Road was one. They wanted us to go out there and maintain the road up to their driveway, but it's like, no, the public, you don't want the public on the road, so it's not a road. So it keeps
So what
coming
happened
up.
on that road?
He decided when we said, no, if we grade to your house, then the public can go there, and he said, no, I don't want to. So he left his gate in place, and so it's kind of been left at that.
You guys were talking or having a discussion whenever I asked Gary what he would advise us to do, since he's obviously been working with Pam and Jack and Andy and whomever on this project. And I think it's as simple as either we get into the development business for everybody, or we don't. And so, and I guess, I don't even know who the players are, I didn't hear, but it doesn't matter.
If they want to bring a minimum maintenance road up to a higher standard, if I'm hearing this right, it's the developer's obligation to do that. And but according to statute, and that's what I want to follow, if we're building a road for some other weird reason, that would be different. But for now, if somebody opens something up.
And do we have a standard as a county of what we need the roads to be, like,
Yes.
before we'll even start maintaining them?
Yeah, supposed to be. Very few of them are to that standard because they were ad hoc over the
So,
years.
Gary, you just need we would need to make a motion to follow state statute.
I think that would give Jackie the peace of mind to know that you're gonna back him on this, yeah.
Now, there's been situations in the past where there's minimum maintenance roads, and whether mostly for agriculture or whatever. I don't know how many times we've talked about over the years of the difference between what the usage on these agricultural roads have changed over the last 30 years. Said it used to, if somebody actually had a 2-ton truck, was a big truck. Now that's a farce. You know, you've got a 1,000 bushel grain cart being pulled by a 300 horsepower tractor that's being followed by 2 semis, by 3 combines, and, you know, and now these roads are terrible. Well, they are now. But, that's just not what they were designed for. I know that's what they are now, but let's say the minimum maintenance part of this, if somebody needs to access, I know that we have went in and changed or helped with that. That's yet a different issue, is it not, than what we're talking about?
The hair that I split on that was, if it was open to the public, then to me, it's not following this case, it's a minimum maintenance. Even if it hadn't been declared, then we declare it. But if there's been no access, no public access, to me, that's a different, I mean, we work with them if it's
Yeah.
That's within
what
the statute says.
Statute refers to a road that exists but has not been used by the public. And that's what we're referring to. If it's been used by the public, as Jackie said, that puts it in a different category, or.
So we can't be wrong if we just go by state statute.
Is
And
that
if
your-
there is an exception, or we think there is in the future, bring it
I'll
up.
make a motion.
But we gotta make a motion here.
I'll make a motion that we, in the, for 12, well, it's for all, right?
All
That we,
roads that are open but unimproved.
that we follow statute, the Kansas State statute, which is, or 68-115, which says, if an owner of any property adjacent or abutting to a township which has been opened prior to effective date of this act, but such road has not been maintained by the township for at least 20 years or has not been regularly used by the general public, the owner desires to have the road maintained for general public use, it shall be the duty of such owner to establish a maintainable road bed and drainage in accordance with the standard establishment by the township and something to KSA 68-115A. That's my motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It'll also help, when they, I mean, otherwise, when these,
Which that's considered a closed road, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, not very big,
Okay.
but
Well, let's, you got some other things I know, but let's talk about another road issue while you're on that subject, can we? And this is, there's been some confusion about the question of, this happens every election, about the question of political signs on road right-of-ways and so forth. So I just wanted to lay out what the statutes say, and what our regulations say, and what the case law says. Because those things all have to fit together to govern how we handle this. First of all, county regulations do not allow any sign of any kind to be placed on our right-of-way. Okay? That's the first thing to grasp. No sign. We do not make a distinction between political signs and other signs. The Supreme Court has clearly said you can't do that. That is discrimination based upon content of speech. And we don't have to, because our regulations clearly say no signs on the right-of-way. Regulation of signs on private property can occur under certain conditions. If somebody puts a sign up on private property, but it blocks a sight line on the road, we can require that they move it back. But the content is irrelevant. It's just, if there's a sign that blocks sight lines, then we can require that they move it back. So signs on private property must not obstruct sight lines. If signs of any kind are placed on the road the county road right-of-way, then they will be removed by county crews.
Yes.
The owner of the sign may be given the opportunity to retrieve them at the county's option and subject to the county's convenience, but we're not obligated to do that.
Right.
We will attempt to do that if it works out, but we're not obligated.
So you're referring to right beyond like the ditch?
I'm talking about up to the fence line, if that's the, typically, on most county roads, we've got 60-foot right-of-way, 70-foot right-of-way.
60.
50, so it depends on, but we control 25 to 35 feet on either side of the center line of that road. That's county right-of-way, and they can't put signs or anything. You're not supposed to put anything in our right-of-way.
We had an instance a few years ago where somebody objected to some saplings that were planted off the back of a curve, and they had to be moved. And bales of hay, and
I had to mow some crops here a year ago, some corn crop, because they planted it to the road edge, and the people were calling saying, I've almost had accidents trying to turn. I can't see down the road, so we had to mow that crops even.
Yeah, we got people that were storing their big bales of hay in our right-of-way, or building various structures in our right-of-way. Anyway, you can't put anything in the right-of-way. So if the signs are in our right-of-way, now, could it be outside the fence and yet out of our right-of-way? Theoretically, yes. Depends on where your fence is. One assumes that the fence is on the right-of-way line, but it may not be. And so that's a matter of some discretion. You have to figure that out. You have to figure out what's our right-of-way here and where does it end. But most people out there in the county they know how wide the right-of-way is where they are, and they know where it really ends. So, if we continue to if we have people who repeatedly put stuff in the right-of-way that shouldn't, I mean, theoretically, they could be fined. We're not out to do that. That's not our goal. Our goal is to keep the right-of-way clear, and keep the sight lines clear. It's all generally based upon safety more than anything else. There are aesthetic issues too, but mostly about safety. So I just wanted to go through that and make sure we were all clear that that's how we operate. It comes up every election because people forget they put signs right along the roadway, that's not acceptable.
So I I'm not sure I'm still clear, and I'm not gonna be out policing political signs anyway. It's not my deal to do that. But when I was reading the 25, 27, 11, and this is me reading it not as an attorney, no city or county shall regulate or prohibit the placement or the number of political signs on private property or the unpaved right-of-way for city streets or county roads.
Yeah, that's
No,
what it says.
on private property.
You gotta read where the or is.
Yeah.
It says, or unpaved right of way for city streets or county roads.
Okay.
It's different.
So all those little tiny yard signs by the telephone pole on the corner,
What's that now?
so like the little tiny yard signs beside the telephone pole on the corner, that's not,
Technically, if it's in our right of way, it's illegal.
Okay.
And we're not regulating political signs, we're regulating all signs.
Well, no, I get that. I'm sure I'm gonna have questions about this
I'm
coming to
sure
me
you are
too.
The reason we're even bringing it up is because we don't want the mowers doing this.
Right.
And we are gonna try to pick them up, and that's the direction I've given the shop foremen. Collect them, take them to the shop, call whoever sign it is and say, we had to remove them because we couldn't get our mowers through. They were in the right of way. We're not gonna go out searching for them, but if they're in our way, they're not supposed to be there. And we will call where we can and say, hey, the signs are sitting at the shop, come get them. Or after 10 days, we'll chuck them.
we'll hang them up.
And it's just, it's pretty hard to mow or maintain them with them in there. And I know, I haven't gone through a political season with all this, I came here afterwards, but I'm already getting questions. Another big one that came up, I want to put this big billboard up, it's gonna be on private property. Well, the size requirement rolls to our sign coordinator, sign inspector, which came from, the resolution that was adopted designating the planning and zoning. If it's visible from the highway 69, that's another whole set of rules. They gotta go through KDOT. So we're just trying to make it even across the board and yet still be able to do our work, is all we're trying to do. I mean, they're already out there, and I hope we don't have to start pulling them up, but there's some already out there. And we can't see them in the weeds when the weeds get up and they're wanting to mow. I don't want to mow them over because they're costing me.
And just to be absolutely clear, this is not about political signs, this is about all signs.
During political season.
At any time. It becomes a bigger issue at this time.
You've been beat up at this time, huh?
But it,
They beat you up at this time, don't they?
well, and there's a lot more of them out there at this time.
Yes.
But, you know, for safety reasons and for a lot of other reasons, you know, our regulations, now, if you wanna change the regulations, you can do that.
To the color, blue signs or red signs?
No. Can't do that. But, that statute that David referred to says that it specifically, I don't think that's actually constitutional. Now, I'll start out by saying that, but it specifically says you can't have regulations that specifically regulate political signs in certain conditions. And those certain conditions are on private property, on unpaved right-of-way of city streets, or along county roads on private property. But all of that is moot because we're not restricting just political signs. We're restricting anything in our right-of-way. That's all. So,
Your sign,
Yeah.
Leave mine in the ditch.
Yeah, and another reason I was kind of picking on some people about it, because I was trying to get my head on this before I get asked a lot of questions, but what if you're anti something and the people put them in the right of way in front of your property? I think maybe that's kind of why this was written that way, that they're not gonna be in the right of way, because nothing.
It's written that way because other statutes allow us or require us to keep the right-of-ways free of
I have
stuff.
for my business, I do.
So I like the clarification of it. I was
This
trying to
is
get-
nothing new, none of this is new, this is what's been on our books for years.
Just new to me. I wanted to make sure, 'cause
I
I've had
just
questions.
said, nobody's passed this to, you know, with this political season in mind or anything like it. This has been on our books for years. Sometimes we've enforced it, and apparently sometimes it hasn't.
Put them in there, so.
According to Harry, they used to gather them up and take them to the shops and call them. But I don't know what they did on the north shop because Jason hadn't been through a storm. I mean, a political season. I didn't say storm. I really-
What else you got?
All right, let me keep moving right along.
I want to comment, there's been fist fights, I know, and up in the Johnson County area and over these political signs. I know there was a big rhetoric going in Harrisonville, the last election up in the edge of Missouri, and they are a big deal, and we just need to follow whomever, get your signs in the right spot, and good luck, and just make sure you know when you put them out there, they're in the right spot.
And we'll map them all for us.
Nobody's trying to control anything, just get them in the right spot.
We're starting the overlay today up on, what is it, 2400 and Eulery, where it comes to Eulery in front of that, goes to 69. So we're doing that today. The county crews are working in Centerville, doing some more patching over there. Dust control is complete. Crack sealing is half done. I keep telling you guys about Zener Bridge, and it kind of, I get decided one day that I wanted to show you what I'm really talking about. I am having some good conversations with the feds on that. Here's what was laid out initially.
I saw the crack sealing guys working really late over there by Pleasant another night. They were out there forever.
I think.
They're working 7 days a week on Sunday.
It was
No,
like,
they
Jackie's
did,
not
that's what
happy.
I got, they should have.
oh, you must have got on there. They were
Yeah.
out there dark.
This is the existing wall, these were the 3 new ones the feds put in. This is the one I'm working with. This is the one, okay, this is wall B, this is this one, it's toast. This one is doing the same. When I started measuring this one, it looked like this.
When I first went out there and that grant money became available and the county was involved, there was a small separation, it looked like,
It's not good.
Yeah.
but I think it's beyond that.
Oh, yeah. And see, this is that other wall, and it's a little bit behind that one, but here's the whole issue.
You put some earth anchors in it.
It's black and white. Here's the old wall. Look where it's at. This is what the contractor did. He just piled some stuff
His
there.
name sitting on a footing.
Yeah, there's no footing there. He just put it there. And it was a federal highways job, so I don't think we had inspectors. I don't know how that works.
Is this surely isn't part of the old Kansas City access road, is it? 7 or
This was done.
Metcalf or whatever?
This goes into the wildlife area. It was done before I got here.
So the contractor did it. How come we're even dealing with it? Why isn't the
This is
feds
our
and the
bridge.
contractor?
This is our bridge.
Well, he's wanting to know whether there's not warranty by the contractor.
They laughed almost. Because I asked that question, is there any warranty left? I mean, when I came on board, like I said, it looked like, this one looked like this. And I started working with it.
So,
It's
are they
not
gonna
our
help?
work, it's not our contract. So the feds are gonna come back and fix it.
They are.
Yes.
Okay.
But all of a sudden it fell. So I sent them measurements. Every 2 or 3 months I go out there and use them. That's what these marks are, that's my marks. That's what I measure from that point to that point to give them a consistent measurement.
So is it structured in stone? Should the bridge be closed?
No. No, not yet.
And
I'm
how much
watching
traffic's
that.
on that road?
Nah, there's no
I
traffic.
drove by.
It goes into the wildlife area, that's how federal funds got involved.
Pull the sign.
And there's no exit, is there? You gotta turn around and come back over this bridge?
You gotta come over. This bridge is 1914, it's a historic, probably historic. But they didn't use pens, they just drove rebars in there.
Are you guys done? Look at that.
Put some helical ties in it.
Well, that was discussed initially, the dowel and epoxy pin but yeah, I mean, the problem of it is so much weight, can't leave it out there that it's gotta be bridged
So
on
it just
the
needs
end.
taken out, new footing.
Yes, all three of them need to be removed and done right. I asked her, I said, why?
All three of them do?
All three of them are showing damage. I don't think you might, even if you jack those two up and got them back in position, you're still not down to bedrock. It's
So-
gonna happen again.
So the even though the feds were done with this from the get-go, we have to, now it's our problem, they're not messing with it?
No,
They're
that's,
fixing it.
Oh, they are fixing it?
that's what I'm trying to do, is get them involved again to fix it.
Well,
It's
does
just,
it need to fall down for them to get involved, or what?
well, I've been asking for 4 years for them to get involved, and they kept saying, well, we're finding the money, but the last set of measurements I sent them, it was like, the crack was, 120, and those are now to 200-300 now, centimeters.
That wall C is on the northeast side, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's down that far. So it's just short, but I just thought the pictures might help a little bit to explain what we're dealing with. What happened was, from what I understand, was Patrick Martin was able to get funding to put those wing walls on through the federal government because it goes onto a federal property. They did some work over at Pleasant. I don't even want to look at that and see what happened there, if it's the same contractor.
Was it out there at the East Lake? They built a
Yeah,
bridge?
something like that.
Yeah, it's completely, I believe it's a different group.
Oh.
State mechanic.
Mulberry Concrete did. Mayberry.
She said it was a design build,
We're down Fort Scott.
It was.
Mulberry did the lake.
and,
Jason Lane.
but anyway, I just wanted to bring you up to date on that.
So
The
do we need to, I mean, does it need attention? Does it need,
No, I mean, he
It's
just needs
past
to stay on them.
Yeah, I just need to stay on them. They said they will make a trip out here. They're doing more work on the refuge this year. So with COVID, they don't do a lot of travel, but they're gonna combine the trips and come and make an assessment, try to find some emergency funds to fix it.
The only traffic, this is our bridge, but the only traffic on it is going onto their land.
And then turn around coming back.
Yeah, and so, you know, if it gets to the point that it's unsafe, they're the ones that are gonna be hurt because they're gonna not be able to.
Yeah, we'd have to close
one
it
good
off.
flood and it's gone.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think there's anything structural about this. It's,
It's just holding the dirt back.
right, it's a retaining wall, it's a head wall that's holding that, except for wall C is getting enough separation. If we create enough erosion next to it, it could create an unsafe condition. But, I mean, that's a pretty quick fix. But when you're gonna compound the problem, you have to wait more riprap or shot rock to the top of it. Anyway, again, I don't think there's a huge concern to public safety here. It's just that it's gonna continue to get worse and more expensive to repair. That's it. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, I did talk to Travis over at Pleasanton on that, and he's working up, an agreement and some details to try to present. I did talk to Harry. He went over and looked at it and said it's gonna be every bit of 40 hours to clean that drainage out with the track.
Well, you know, 40 hours with a trackhoe, a good-sized machine, that's $6,000. And that doesn't equate to the, what, $100,000 worth?
Yeah, of their bid, yeah.
The estimate that I heard.
Did he tell you where, was it only around that dam area? Didn't it go behind the baseball field or the track?
It goes down to.
It goes all the way down there?
Yeah. Yeah, Harry went down there and talked to him. I have not been out there to talk to him on site again. I sent Harry over there.
Isn't there a gentleman just around the corner that does that? Maybe Mr. Allen? Travis Allen, maybe, or
From
Ted
Palo?
Allen? No, Travis Allen, he's from Palo. Isn't there Allen that does land clearing?
Oh, Austin. Yeah,
Maybe,
he's got a little tiny skid steer, does minimal stuff.
I see. Anyway, there's plenty of people around that,
Yeah.
Troy, is that out of Palo, Troy?
So we're still working on that. We'll probably, hopefully have something by next week. Maybe even have him come by. I keep talking about the inventory we're working on. We've changed dramatically how we're doing it, and I just wanted to give you a little update on
That's existing, right?
procedure
Yeah,
we're
that's
putting in
actually-
place on it. It's just some notes on
This one's okay,
how we're gonna do it
and this one
and,
here is the one that's falling.
correct some
That's
of the
Wall C.
misconceptions in the
And I
past.
could never get away with something like that.
Part of the problem
Let's set
was,
some piers
every
down
once in a
underneath
while,
there.
somebody take a
Carry-
chainsaw and say,
It'll be
well, it
jacked up,
doesn't
but
work
right now it'd
anymore,
be
I'm gonna
cheap
strip it
to
to parts.
tear it out.
Tear it off.
And all of a sudden now you got pieces and they, again, them getting thrown away. So we've established that you can't do it that way anymore, that you have to sign off on it and it has to come here. We're just not gonna do it that way.
What is this again? Say that again? Are you talking about
Items like,
selling stuff?
weed eater, yeah, it's all gonna be sold by, through the verbal way. We're not gonna cannibalize parts unless we write it up as a disposable and will be used for parts.
Is that the bridge Pam we're talking about?
I think so, 1175 Road and Center?
Yes.
And top of this map's north?
Yes.
Okay. It'd be the northeast corner of that bridge is where that wall's falling down, is it not?
And the old one, I don't know what they took out, I wasn't here, that old building was standing firm.
When they do that, like 08 to 10 or something?
I would say it would have been about 14 or 15.
I met Mr. Black out there, he was working on it, and there's that wall C right over here. That would have been after 08.
And it was immediately started cracking.
Pit that's at the end of that road.
We don't have that map, but,
We don't have that, is what I-
county road.
It's a shame when.
My wife was, we were in high school and we weren't even,
How big a deal is that? Because that may resolve, we've been talking about this for weeks.
We would have to research the road records to see. Typically, if there's a hand-drawn line on there, there's action taken.
Okay, so where does the road right away, according to your map, stop?
We have that map because for 911, if there's something at us, there were a location, we have to, before 911 go and find it.
Well, there used to be a house on the other side of that.
Was there? Sounds like your old stomping ground.
It was.
What was you doing out there in your younger years?
that's where we went in high school too to fish.
It goes to a pit back there.
I bet.
I went magnet fishing off that bridge the other day and caught a sign. It was supposed to be on the bridge, I think.
It was in the right of way.
Yeah.
So action was taken on the blue and red, and that back on, so you can see what we actually have mapped as county right of ways, just inner road, you see the black line.
The basis of the funding, according to Patrick Martin, was that it came off of a county road onto federal property, and that's how they were able to get federal dollars to do that. And they're gonna have to get federal dollars to repair it because they messed it up. I don't know what it looked like before.
I want to say that I felt like we've always had a good partnership with the federal.
We do.
And
And they,
obviously want to.
and
support
they're on it now.
It was like Queens Road is similar to that, too, it's actually their property that we maintain. How it's been traveled.
Is it state or federal up there? That's all right. We're getting off on
It's-
tangents.
Martin's federal, right?
20 minutes ago.
Patrick Martin?
He's federal.
Yeah, so it's federal.
Queens is also federal. I know there's
We're
an
not
issue
gonna
up
do
around
anything
here
about
on
it.
Queens. That's state, I think. But
Up at the park, we had that issue forever with that houseboat. It's finally gone this weekend. I worked with K-Camp last week,
did the gentleman come get it?
finally. He was not happy.
On the park issue, are we opening the splash park this year?
We hadn't talked about doing it, because of the COVID, but I have not even thought about that.
Isn't that a pretty big attraction?
Not really. It's for a small amount, but let me talk to Doug and Tish about that and try to get some guidance on that, because that is a water park and it is a playground area.
Haven't they opened up pools and stuff around or no?
A few have, many haven't, it just hadn't been, so.
Yeah, let me follow up on that.
We had a phone call in Linn Valley, they were meeting as a board, discuss their pools. So we issued.
If they do.
Our guideline points you to the government at Astor plant.
But it's also a playground as well. It's not just water, so it's kind of both.
Is that
So I
opening
think-
up soon too, the playground?
I don't know. I'll have to ask. I don't know. Let me get guidance from them on it.
I think it would fit within the 45, I don't know.
Finally got all mowed up next to it, where it finally dried out enough that we could clean up around it. It was pretty wet in there.
This member of the Public Board of Health struggles with Band-Aids, so.
Yeah. I worked with K-Camp last week on some storm damage assessments. We had not even looked at the roofs up there, and then somebody made a comment and said, well, with every roof in town being replaced, did you even look at them? And I said, no, I did not see any damage from there, but we brought K-Camp out last week, and they found storm damage on pretty much everything in Lacine. The fire department's got dings and dents, and the AMR has a substantial damage up there, hail damage.
Knock soffits and gutters off.
Yep.
He said, yep.
The Park House has a lot of damage. The senior center up there has damage. So we're waiting for a report to know which way to go on that. But I would look at, see what they're gonna say, but I don't know. I just don't know what K-Camp's gonna report, but they found damage on about everything we looked at, so. Even the garage doors on the fire department, the new garage doors were all pinged up. Cosmetic damage, yeah. Structural, no, so I don't know. Atma's finished up over there with the gas line to the Hecky property, so as far as I'm concerned, we're complete.
He had a question, he actually texted me this morning on my way in, and it said, if I could ask you about pour the concrete slab for the electrical transformer across Frankenstein track.
Do what now?
Pouring the concrete pad for the electrical transformer across from Frankenstein track. Let me read you the message.
PNC Paralight requires that any pad mount transformer be installed on a concrete pad and with specific specifications. You'll have to drill 4 piers, depending on the size of it, drill 4 piers underneath it, reinforce it to their specification. It's typically $1,000 to $2,000 deal. Just did one behind the library up here at Lacine.
Well, let me look at that, because I know we committed 10,000, but I think
He just
we
said-
shot that.
It said, ask Jackie when he's going to pour the concrete slab for the electrical transformer across Frankenstein tracks, if you could, please.
We probably need to review our contract, see what we're
Yes.
committed
The
to.
contract says we'll pay up to 10,000 towards the electrical. And so it just depends on what we've already paid.
Let me look at the totals. I think we're there. And I had talked to, when I talked to Keener, I thought they were gonna do that.
No. No,
Okay.
they,
Because we built the pad for them.
Yeah.
We built up
a dirt pad.
a dirt pad.
They're looking for a concrete pad. It's got double layer of reinforcement. I know that this transformer is gonna be large enough that it's gonna have number 4, number 5 steel, 2 layers. It's a foot thick.
Okay.
It's got piers underneath it that go to original subgrade, so if you got a big pad, you gotta go through that.
We tracked all of our work in public, so we'll pull a report and find out how much we've spent and see how much we have left.
You can buy them precast, but you've gotta put a bond breaker between it and the piers. You have 4 piers and precast them, so.
He is going with a different contractor for the gas from where we hit the property and terminated to his building, so.
Yeah, I think Northern Pipeline was clear that they weren't going to do that in the beginning, so. Here's just some history.
What else, Jackie?
One of their employees.
I probably need about a 10-minute personnel and
I wonder if they know.
5 legal.
They did, I called him.
5 legal too.
Northern.
Yeah. Called
Okay.
or the guy. I forget his name, the main guy for Atlas. as long as the guy.
We're at $9,106.33, so we have roughly $900 left.
Their employee.
Don't put much
That's
concrete.
not our fault.
How much was
Very
it?
much concrete in.
We have about 900, or we committed $10,000 to help him.
We've
That's
done-
how much we've spent.
So we have 900 approximately.
Yeah.
The last I heard, you can buy a
Can I have
precast
this?
pad
Yes.
for,
See
you
why
probably
I
need,
love public
you probably need to review those numbers a little bit, make sure that they're all inclusive, but, last I heard, you could buy a precast pad, Barber Concrete in Kansas City, but again, it appears it have to be peeled forward, and I'll tell you this, that Evergy has got a little different specification than Kansas City spec, it's now starting to follow, so. Keener will have, he had to go do some research and come back to me on what we had to do at Lacey.
I think the cleanest thing to do would just be, figure out who's gonna do it and just give them a check for $900 or whatever it is, and as opposed to us trying to do a partial project.
I'd like you to take a little bit to opportunity to review it, but yeah, if
Okay.
there's money left, I think
Okay.
the appropriate thing, if there is money and funds left, then we can fund it up to that amount.
He
Is
should be.
what our agreement is.
I think, isn't he getting close to being done out there?
He didn't have any utilities run to his place.
Just
None of them
started
are run to him,
renegotiating.
because he,
I thought he already had I thought he had water and everything already done because he threw it.
to the boundary. He hasn't.
Our
he's
part
got-
of our commitment on our contract is, what Jack just reported to us, was nearly complete. But, I think as far as his end of it, I don't know.
Yeah, everything's to his property line. He has to get it to his building. He hadn't done that on
When
any of
is,
them.
how's his timeframes looking on, on what he had for permits and stuff like that? And obligations to be done in time?
I
and-
don't know. I don't know. That was negotiation between you guys. I think he's, I don't know, I would say he's 50% construction.
Oh, he's more than that.
Think he is?
Oh,
I don't know. I've never been in his building. I'm
Yeah,
just
he's-
guessing from the outside.
He's finishing up his tower, I think, and pretty much, he might be finishing things off on the inside now, but I don't know what exactly.
I want to say his water bill is going to be about 30,000 to get water from the point we stopped, I'm guessing. Electric's going to be 70, 80,000 to get it in there.
I don't know.
Depending on what he doesn't, we don't know what he's.
That's all
needs,
right, we
so-
don't need to know what he's
Yeah.
doing beyond the boundary, so that's,
Not really sure what that is.
Are you done?
Yep.
I went and checked out, I was up, doing a job in Linn Valley, and I just went over to the park and looked at the cabins. The cabins look great. They look awesome.
We're getting some good compliments on them, yeah.
They look good.
Are you renting them now?
Yes.
Cool.
We started officially today, but unofficially, a couple people stopped by and we said, we're ready to go, let's go.
So, is there a way, on the three that are like closest to the lake, like on the corner, have we ever thought about maybe thinning those trees out so you can see it out over across the lake if you're standing out there in front of those decks?
I hadn't, but, I know what you're saying.
I think it'd just be something else to.
Create a
be appealing
vista
to the
there for
cabin.
them to see.
It'd look awesome, I think. It just, I thought.
It's a good view in the fall.
Is it?
So,
Thanks,
okay.
Jackie.
And you need a 10-minute?
And a 5-minute.
We've got our
Yeah,
budget
Yeah.
people here too.
They don't wanna wait.
Sure, so I want to be right in there.
He's like, I'm coming up there, guys. Before you change your mind.
You have a letter outlining our funding request for
Sure.
2021.
When you get to the mic, can you state your name and all that stuff?
We're not Anderson County.
Dear Anderson
But
County.
above it, it says
Oh,
Linn
yeah,
County.
we're,
Above it says Linn County.
That is my
Generic letter then.
But this information's for us, is it not?
The information is for you.
Okay.
Yeah, the information is for
I'll
us.
take it back.
And what I also now in the moment question is whether the electronic letter that I sent your way says Anderson County. Because we had sent this same letter back in, about a week.
Yeah, it does. And I didn't notice it either.
Okay. Well, my apologies. My error. I drafted the letter, I was mistaken within the letter. I noticed that, however, throughout the remainder of the letter, it does reference Linn County.
Yeah.
So Nathan Fossen, Executive Director with Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center. I've been within this role since 2016, yet have worked with the center in a variety of different direct service and leadership roles since 1996. Started out with the mental health center as a therapist, and then transitioned to leadership roles overseeing our community-based services, and now most recently as the executive director. I've also worked with 2 hospital systems within my career, also overseeing outpatient clinics. So I've had that broader experience and have really enjoyed and appreciated and valued this opportunity to work with Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center, and have valued greatly the partnership with the county.
Roughly 3.
By way of just some brief history, Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center was first formed in the early 60s, at a time that statute then mandated counties to provide mental health services, and in so doing, this county plus 5 others, comprising our 6-county catchment area, Anderson, Allen, Woodson, Neosho, Linn, and Bourbon, were then formed in those early to mid-60s, and funding support offered in addition. To briefly describe the services we provide, I'll specify that first and foremost, we provide outpatient-only services. We do serve as the gatekeeper for inpatient psychiatric care. We are the designee of the state to determine whether someone is in need of inpatient psychiatric hospitalization. We work in close partnership with our local healthcare providers as well as law enforcement. In assessing those needs, quite commonly law enforcement will be the first responder that will refer clientele to us to assess and determine what level of support and treatment would be most appropriate. If we, in that moment, determine inpatient stay is imminent, then we arrange that. One of our challenges in that regard, as you may well be familiar with, as law enforcement is well familiar with, is that of the wait time to get into Osawatomie State Hospital and even private hospitals. In recent years, and in the last decade or so, the number of psychiatric hospital beds has been declining significantly. We were especially strained regarding Osawatomie State Hospital beds when they did not meet compliance with CMS and had to close down about 60+ beds, and since that time have restored a few of them, but as a result, the wait list is a challenge. Clientele can wait anywhere from a couple days to a week to get into that facility, all the while we work together and coordinate and support the individual through their treatment needs while they await that inpatient care. Anything you would like to add in that regard as it relates to the admission
Well,
challenge?
sir, as you stated with Osawatomie's bedtime, we're sitting on a lot of care and treatment individuals for 2, 3, 4 days at times, and those people can't be held at a jail setting. So it is absolutely an issue for us when it comes to that. Finding private bed space is harder probably than the state hospital situation. So, yeah, you speak the truth. It's tough on law enforcement right now for that.
Yeah, so you feel the service strain of that, the financial strain of that, as do we. We then have to provide an enhanced level of community-based support to stabilize them while they await that inpatient needed treatment. In addition to that crisis role we play, which is a 24/7 role, we also provide outpatient psychiatry, therapy, chemical abuse counseling, and then an array of community-based services such as case management, attentive care, psychosocial groups, parent support, and the like. And that has been of valuable support to the community. In fact, the community-based services were developed quite strongly also toward the latter 90s when the state transitioned from the inpatient philosophy to outpatient. As an example, shut down the Topeka State Hospital. And all of those residents who had, in many instances, almost been raised there, were now sent back to their home communities with the understanding and expectation that we as a community mental health center would then wrap services around them. Community-based services, case management, psychosocial skill building, and the like, homelessness, housing, those types of supports. And that's how that community-based program really began and has carried forward. So that, again, is just a brief summary of the services we provide, which you may well be familiar with. And some added services we've undertaken within this last year or two is that of strengthening our partnerships with the school systems. The schools have identified a greater need for in-school treatment, and as such, we're now, as of this last year, providing an in-school therapist and case manager to the Prairie View School District, with hope and plans that we can expand that services to other schools within Linn County in time as well. It comes at a cost, but it's a much needed service, and great benefits have come from that. So we're optimistic about our opportunities in that regard.
So is that somebody that's full-time there, or just goes there, or what, on the?
The desire would be full-time. We do have full-time case management now within that school district. We're striving toward full-time therapy within that same school district, but our challenge therein is just staffing.
Is the school district paying partial for that?
This forthcoming year, there's a grant opportunity that schools can apply for through the state that would allow for some funding to pay for that. But currently, no. We bear the burden and cost of that, and as such, that is a challenge. There's a twofold challenge with that. One is the cost. It would require of us to hire a full-time therapist. But the secondary challenge is that of finding a therapist. The therapist supply is low, and as such, they're hard to find.
Is it necessary, does the school district think it's necessary, do you think it's necessary?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, in fact, we first began that type of relationship with the Humboldt School District. They reached out to us, saying our needs are great. Our children's behaviors are increasing to the point of expulsion from school. We need to better support their mental health needs. How can we accomplish that? We together wrote a grant that was funded through a foundation that only supports Allen County, unfortunately. We wish it could support neighboring counties as well. We wrote a grant that was awarded. We put in play a therapist and case manager, and we ourselves were surprised to now firsthand experience the needs that we thought we were meeting. Why did we think we were meeting the need? Because we had a clinic right there in Humboldt. We had case managers that were already going in and out of the schools, and we felt like we were serving the population's needs. But once we were now shoulder to shoulder with the principals and the teachers and observing and supporting the kids, we quickly realized we were not meeting the need. So that program really produced great treatment success, and neighboring schools learned of that and reached out to us to say, how can we too experience the same? How can you provide therapy and in-school case management for us as well? By way of our mission and our cause, we committed to that. It came at an expense that we're now still bearing, overcoming, but we now are in 10 school districts throughout our 6-county area with either part-time or full-time therapy and case management.
And no school district is paying for it?
This forthcoming year, the Chanute School District is applying for that state funding, which will help partially pay for it. And the other school districts have not yet opted to do so, and maybe in part, I don't know. I don't
Have
wanna
you
speak
asked
for
them?
them. We've spoken of the program and opportunity with them. Now, it would come at a matching obligation for them. They would have to pay a percentage of that employee's salary, whereas the state then would subsidize a lesser percentage or whatever it might be. And then that money is in part rolled forward to the mental health center to fund the therapy position. It would include both a therapy position and what they call a liaison. And that's one reason why the schools have been hesitant to apply for that grant. They haven't necessarily seen the value of the required liaison position. And instead, they more so value the treatment role. Now, we provide the treatment, and in effect, we're also performing our own liaison work, our own care coordination work. And so in many respects, they've been enjoying the service and the care coordination without facing the expense by way of that grant opportunity or state funding that may be available. So we need to have, we're in a financial situation where we need to have that more difficult sit-down conversation to say, hey, if we're going to continue to build and develop the service into the future, there has to be some shared commitment.
And I just wonder, for, at least for our county, having 3 school districts, could that liaison serve as a liaison for all 3 school districts, if that was the case?
It's worth exploring. The state might allocate the funding accordingly. My experience, however, has been that the demands are great within the school. That might work. We could explore that. But it would require all 3 school districts to come together and jointly apply and proportionally outline what level of expenditure or FTE they would want for their school and so forth. But that may be a good idea to play on.
Beyond a case manager, do you guys have any like peer support
Yes.
groups that you do?
Yeah, we have peer support that we provide as well, those being individuals that have experienced, lived that mental health challenge, and now can be of support to those who are struggling through it themselves. So yes, that's an added community-based service we provide.
Is any Linn County, our 3 schools, are any of those ones being benefit of the 10 that you're working with now?
Prairie.
Good.
Yeah. This last year and a half, we have had full-time case management in the schools and part-time therapy in the Prairie View School. And that's been a very favorable relationship. If there's concern, it's that we're not providing enough. That has been their request of us, is that we provide more therapy than we've been able to provide today. And again, cost and staffing stand in our way of achieving that at this point.
What about the other 2 schools? Do they cannot travel or, I mean, go between all 3 schools, or are they just after?
Yes, in fact, we have, the way we structure our case management specifically is we have some case managers that are devoted to the field and one case manager that's devoted to the school. And so those case managers that are devoted to the field are also more active than in supporting the schools. So that the field includes the schools as a domain, as a support location.
So the other 2 schools are getting support?
They are getting support. They just don't have their in-home support that's devoted specifically to them. Instead, those case managers are traveling from one school to the other.
Is that just because of the size of them?
Oh, that was our rationale historically, was that there wasn't enough need within any given school to support a full-time case manager. But again, as we've now experienced the inner walls and interactivity of the schools, we've recognized that we haven't been meeting the need. And that the needs are greater than, and thus we need to staff up accordingly. So that's our commitment. We're continuing to progress in that direction. And it's been amazing that we've, within 2 years' time, gone from serving one school district to 10. And our plan is not to stop there, but keep developing.
And my question on the amount you're requesting, what was last year's?
This would this would represent a 3% increase, so the 114,000 is about a 3% increase over last year's request. Another side note, in terms of expense that I would offer is that within this last year and prior years, we had been budgeting for a new parking lot at our mental health center there in Pleasanton. It was an old, graded gravel parking lot, and it needed great attention and repair. And in so doing, we bid it out and replaced that parking lot, that gravel parking lot, with an expanded single parking lot, which has been heaven sent.
I used to shovel the snow when I was young in grade school and high school. I used to shovel that entire parking lot by hand.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so it's now a beautiful.
Do we provide anything beyond just the budget?
Customer-friendly
Anything like that?
cement parking lot.
Do we have anything involved in that? No.
That building really, we need to expand the size of our own building. Just as we're expanding our services into local schools and the like, we also need to expand our own building. We've added therapy, we've added case management, we've outgrown our space.
Are you able to do that there where you're at though, in Pleasanton?
We could potentially build further to the west. In doing so, we would be building over top of the parking lot we just built, or a part of that parking lot. We could maybe build slightly to the south. There is some expansion opportunity we could invest in. But yeah, we've increased our.
Is that like you guys' like 5-year out or layout of your plan?
Yes, especially at our growth pace. We may well need to expand our building space within the next 5 years. We did have an abandoned, never developed road that was turned over to us by the city of Pleasanton to then expand our parking lot onto. In effect, we had already been using that.
Like an alley or something?
It was an alleyway, yeah. We had already been using that alleyway for parking purposes, but we didn't want to invest the cost of cement and so forth over that alleyway until it was rightfully abandoned to us. So we achieved that. But yeah, there is some space expansion opportunity. Currently, we're renting additional space at a local church to help support our summer psychosocial group for children and adults, because our existing space and conference room isn't large enough to support.
In Pleasanton?
In Pleasanton, yeah. So that's,
Nathan, on your other 5 counties, how, the amount that you're requesting, is it split even across the board, or are there different amount for each county?
it's different amount. It's kind of proportional to the service level we provide. Within Linn County last year, in fact, I could show you I have a graph I could give you in that regard as well. You can see the increasing trend in services. Pass a copy of this out. Hey, I've even labeled it properly. Linn County. But you see over the years an increasing level of clientele that we've served. This doesn't offer the full picture. Although this represents the number of clients we serve, it doesn't represent the number of services we provide to each client.
Gotcha.
That too has been ever increasing. And in 2018, you see there was somewhat of a decline. That reflects having lost a therapist during that time frame. And then it takes 6 months or so to replace the therapist and rebuild that support.
Population-wise, are we the smallest county you have, or is
No.
Neosho?
Woodson would be our smallest county that we serve. Yeah.
I don't have any more questions.
Any other questions for me?
Are we representing that board?
We do, yeah.
Yeah, Don Profit and Stephanie Nichols, you have appointed to our board.
Was she kind of new? I remember we appoint her.
Correct, you appointed her probably 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
Right.
About 2 years ago,
Hector was the fund.
Yeah.
she, her husband is the manager at the Blue Mountain Bank,
Uh-huh.
and she, about 10 years ago, worked for our mental health center as a case manager. She's currently a counselor at a school district just across the border in Missouri.
Is that
But
Jeff
lives in
Nichols' wife?
Switzerland.
Is her husband named Jeff?
Yeah,
That is? Okay.
yep. So, other questions for me? Okay, again, we appreciate the working relationship with you all, and invite your outreach anytime you have a question or concern. I think I've included my cell phone on that letter too.
I'm sorry.
I've included my cell phone on that letter, you're welcome to call me anytime.
With that, I would make a motion that we tentatively approve Southeast Kansas Mental Health budget in the amount of $114,736.
Second. Motion been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
And we've got Karen here now for the Soil Conservation District too.
Karen, are you ready? You want to come on up and state your name, who you're with, and
How much you want?
what you'd like? How much you're donating?
I do have one board member with me today. I think he's in the restroom. He'll be right with us.
Thank you.
Okay, David, there's your copy if you want it. Okay, good morning. I'm Karen Tuggle. I'm with the Linn County Conservation District. And I have with me today our board chairperson, David Ungenhauer.
Hello, sir.
And we do have a board of 5. All the others had prior commitments, couldn't make it. The list is on the front, who our board members are: Rick Castle, Roger Medlin, Connie Ball, Clark McGinnis. NRCS staff in the office, the district conservationist position is vacant at this time. Mike Worsley is our conservation technician. He's been there about a year. Ernice Young is our supervisory DC, and she supervises 3 counties, and she is located in Burlington, but comes to Mound City quite often. And the budget here, the first column, 2019, column 1, are actual expenditures and receipts, what we balanced out at the end of the year. Column number 2 is our current estimated year, what we will need for expenditures and receipts, and what we think will come out at the end of the year. Column number 3 is our proposed budget. And as you can see, each year it's gone up just a little bit, like everything else has increased. And at the end of the year, we think we'll be at $13,739.50. And that's always cutting a little bit tight for us, because that needs to carry on into spring until we start collecting the other monies. In the past, we've gotten $22,327.95 from the state, and then this year, $23,697.57 from the state. We can go up to $25,000, but usually we're not getting that. And this year, we may not even get the 23. With that, the counties gave us for the last 2 years $40,000. We like to try to increase it $3,000, go to $43,000. We haven't really took a large increase over the years, tried to manage with what we had. And so this year, we're really thinking we need to go up just a little bit. And by providing these funds, soil conservation practices that are built with cost share funds, which we manage 2 different programs in our office, helps to protect the soil resources in the county and maintains tax base and tax revenues to the county. And then the reduction of the stream sediment sediment in the streams from reduced erosion on cropland and from gullies also reduces the maintenance along ditches and bridge crossings, which cost the county thousands of dollars annually. In our cost share programs, we have the state is the MPS and the water resource. This year, they're telling us we may get around 30,000, maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure we'll get that with the county, with the state budget the way it is. We provide planning on a lot of CRP contracts, around 249, and total cost share going out is around $500,000 on that. Some of our events we like to work with is the Linn County Fair. We usually put up a booth. That's not going to happen this year with no open class down there. The conservation education programs, usually we reach around 400 kids in the county. We did do that with our poster, limerick, and essay contest this year. The Ag Awareness Day that we usually work with on the 3 FFA chapters was scheduled for April the 24th, I believe. That was canceled with the COVID, so we didn't do that. We work with the FFA on the land judging, and usually the board will try to cook hot dogs for the kids. A landowner will volunteer a site for the judging. The county road department will dig the judging pits. NRCS will work to coordinate the judging. We still work with the Lake Region RC&D to help get some of those programs down here in our county. The adoptive bike program's the one that we still work with. Worked with Jackie on that, worked with Mike on that. We work with the county sanitation and noxious weed departments here. Hoping to get some practices going on that again this year. We do have volunteers on any projects we work on. We try to get volunteers in. So with that, we're just hoping that the county would give us the $43,000 we're asking for our budget this year. Do you have any questions on anything?
I don't. I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the amount for their proposed budget for $43,000.
I'll second.
Motion moved and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Yep,
Thanks.
take care, sir.
Have a good day.
Okay. Be careful. I think Jack was needing some legal and personnel.
Jack wanted 5 minutes for legal and 10 minutes for personnel, and I need probably 10 minutes for legal. That's a total of 25.
Public education at its best.
I don't anticipate any action out of mine.
So moved.
Second.
Move second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Heck no, I got big plans after that. Dedicate our entire day to at least 3. Like it.
Not when you see the bill.
That's for discussion next week, I want you guys to look over it.
Okay.
It'll be bigger next week?
Huh?
It'll be bigger
Wow.
next week? Oh,
Holy
I like
cow.
this.
If you don't have time to look at it.
No, this is how I learn. Is it right here? Oh, where's the bridge? Is it right here?
Right there.
Yeah. There's a bridge there? It looks like a bunch of.
You're in
grass.
denial, man. You just go see the bridge.
Do you see? It looks like a bunch of. Have you seen it? Look. This is the spot. That's right there, is it? Well, I'm gonna go there today. Actually, I'm just gonna go open a space and drive through. Then I'm gonna Snapchat him.
Okay, you have personnel as a result of that then?
Yeah.
Is it the government here?
Yeah. No, it's judicial. Justice.
We're still advertising for a noxious weed director. We do not have one at this time. I would like to, Matt Ernst has been doing the work of it. I'd like to, a 60-day temporary promotion to a 10A at a rate of $16.65.
I'll make that motion that we give Matt Ernest, we take him to a 10A, 1665, temporarily for 60 days,
Yes.
and then
we'll know.
Then we'll worry about the.
I'll second.
Moving section, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hey, Jackie, are you done?
Maybe.
Is this?
Yeah, I think I'm done. There is so much more coming.
I'm gonna seem really smart next week on this. Can we,
We're discussing, we're probably gonna need to discuss the building project, because we're having a meeting on Wednesday, right? So we can wait on that. We don't have nothing, wait till Wednesday on that.
Yeah, I've just been leaving that on the agenda because it comes up most weeks.
let me put that on mine.
I don't have anything else for you.
Nothing on the fire board appointment, no? Didn't that run in the paper for a few weeks? Still got nothing? Is there anything else anybody wants to discuss?
Wednesday at
10.
10 a.m.
Putting it on my calendar right now.
Wednesday at 10. You guys want to take a little time to look over plans and try to get a little bit of a understanding before we go in there Wednesday, or what?
That's what I'm after right
I've got a
now.
current plan that I'm gonna bring Wednesday that shows, that those are, I think, outdated, aren't they? If I can't remember.
You say 100% review, I think there was one bidding let on these, they're no longer for reference or not for construction, so if there's any changes, I think they're subtle, but, I mean, yeah.
Maybe so.
You
Quite
guys want
possibly.
to review it and see if, so we can maybe get ahead of the game to see if there's, we just don't go in there blind?
Sure.
I mean, by statute, what do we have to have for, like, the government center or the jail? I mean, is there, do we have to have 2 courtrooms? Do we have to have this? Do we have to have that?
There's no statutory requirement that we have 2 courtrooms. I think before you made any serious changes in that, you need to talk with the judge, you get her reasoning on it. You know, I mean, the idea, I think, I'm not in a position to make an argument one way or another on it, but the idea was that there are lots of things that you don't need a space for a lot of people. And sometimes those two go on at the same time, you got something big going on. So they have small courtrooms.
So
big
like
courtrooms.
hearings and stuff?
Yeah, like, for example, a hearing involving, juveniles, a lot of times those are closed to the public anyway, you see, and so you do that kind of thing in your small.
So
courtroom.
you wouldn't want to,
Codes court, or, just a hearing on adoption, or whatever, you know.
so we couldn't design it to, right now, to hold the commissioners, but later on in life, use it to,
Commissioners won't be over there at all.
oh, that's right, we're in that building,
Commissioners
right?
over here.
That's right.
Well, and the commissioners, to be clear, it's just a meeting room that's, like this meeting room, that's gonna be open public. This is pretty heavily utilized, is it not, Dave? Out of most of the buildings in the county.
And that same, that room over there, which is now the courtroom, would become the public meeting room, where the commissioners would.
Right.
And Sheriff, have you, you know, we went to that dormitory on that one section of the jail. If, when we're working on our budget, if we couldn't come within, say we're way off still, is that something that could temporarily go away? Or is that like you're dead set against it? Having 64 sales versus that plus I know I'm putting you on the spot because I should have talked to you before that, but I didn't.
That's okay. I can't say that I'm, you know, I can't say that I'm dead set against it. My fear is, and we've talked about it before, is when we get into a situation where we believe that the jail is going to be a revenue builder for the county, my fear is how will dormitories affect that revenue? Because if we have a certain amount of cells set aside to house in from other departments, like the Kansas Department of Corrections, for instance, I believe that would probably be, you know, something that we could foresee. So will KDOC allow their prisoners to be in a dormitory setting? I don't believe so. I think they're going to require that would be a secure cell setting where prisoners would be, we could lock prisoners away from contact with others. In a dormitory setting, of course, that wouldn't be the case. My only fear is will we get ourselves into a position where we would limit the revenue that the facility could potentially gain for our county? And if we talk about, you know, in 10 years down the road, losing certain revenues in Linn County that are important to us, would then the jail setting pay for a portion of the law enforcement in Linn County's budget? And I think that if we start doing away with secure cells, that number one, we're not building what the people wanted us to build. That's my perception. That may be true or untrue. But number two, how would we limit our incoming revenue with that facility?
Just, you guys know this better than I do, but just to be clear, I believe that the budget upon which all this was predicated did not actually take into consideration revenue from the jails. It just said that was a possibility.
So, yeah, and we never built the jail. I know, because we went through this with a lot of the people that sat in that committee, and some of them wanted to build a 200-man sale and make tons of money, but that wasn't the purpose of what the county, our facility was for anyway. But it was for a possible opportunity in the future. But I'm just saying, if we get to the point in this meeting on Wednesday, and it comes down that there's no way we can be within the $20 million range, something's got to go or something's got to give. Whether we have to go back out and just tell the people, this is what we can fit into our budget.
Right.
If that was something you would consider going, and like Bourbon County, when they put theirs back in, they add that 32 cells, it's going to cost quite a bit more because they didn't do it initially to do it, but they're going to probably end up doing it.
Sure. We seen that. I toured the jail facility with you.
Yeah.
And you know, we seen a big open space, and there was, you know, I think, where is it more efficient? Is it more efficient to build now or more efficient to build later? And I'm fortunate in that I'm not building the jail. We get to occupy it when it is, and you guys have to make the hard decisions, the unpopular decisions, and all of that stuff. I absolutely will not say that we can't make it work, because we will take whatever facility we are given by this commission, and we will make it work and do our best to occupy it.
Appreciate that.
In the most efficient way.
Because we have no leverage in going over. We're not.
Yep,
So-
I totally understand, and I'm not here pushing. I think this commission has seen that. I'm not throwing demands out there. We will occupy it and make it work to the best of our ability when we get it done.
Right. I got you.
Anything else?
I too appreciate that attitude, and we've got a huge challenge in front of us. And we're committed to the budget, we're committed to the language that's on the ballot, and not shorting the community out of anything. And then we obviously know there's going to most likely be compromises at some of the facilities.
I think one document that exists that we always should look at too is there was a projection, a 20-year projection made somewhere in this, and that was that in 20 years, Linn County would have somewhere in the realm of 60, 65 prisoners per day.
Right.
So I think if we're looking at, you know, that document as well, we would hope and we would understand that for the next 20 years, you know, we would suffice the needs of the county. And I think that's important. Now, having said that, our current jail's been in, you know, it's been in commission for the last 50 years.
Right.
And I would imagine that this jail's going to see 50 years. You know, I could understand that that would probably occur. But I think if we look at that study and we understand that it's going to meet our needs for the next 20 years, if we're looking at 60-some beds, and, you know, then maybe we have to figure out what we need to do at that point. So, and if we have the dormitory space, if the square footage is there, there's nothing that says we can't go back in and make those dormitory areas secure cells someday in the future, you know. So I think, you know, a lot of people say there's no room for expansion because we're cordoned off by city streets. But there is room for expansion when it comes to secure cell settings versus dormitory, because those dormitories could come out and cells could go in and have a more traditional jail rather than a dorm jail. We'll absolutely use the space that we're given, though.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I think you're right. I think that's a jail study. The initial, you got to kind of go back what created where we're at. I mean, we've obviously heard the need for a jail, the need for the jail. We've seen the need. We've seen liabilities created for us because of the jail. It initiated a jail study and an RFQ for a jail study. And we reached out as we should have, and in that jail study, come back, and we went through, we interviewed people. When the jail study, we ended up with Goldberg, and when we got to the end of that study, his study came back and said, well, we're gonna need to be anyway, 65 beds within 20 years. And of course, you know, that was all based on information of what our jail used, our farm outs, everything is. That whole climate has changed because of this last few months of pandemic. Do I fully expect it to go back? Well, I do, but I mean, we have never ever come up with a solution. Judges, sheriff at the time said, what's the solution? We make this investment. What's the, where are we going to shorten the curve or lengthen the curve? Where are we going to stop? And nobody really has a solution of the crime and the drugs. And I mean, it's society, and we don't have a good way to say, okay, well, this is how we're going to fix this. So anyway, that's where we come to the 65, 20-year mark. And like Rick said, there was discussion, the study groups, the scoping groups, and the invitation, and expanded into this.
Right.
So, and I think that was done yet appropriately.
I do too.
We made public advertisement, we asked people to get involved, we personally invited groups that were leaders in the communities, from water boards to library boards to
And
church.
literally let everyone in. No, we didn't turn anybody away that I know.
No, oh, you're not welcome, or your comments aren't welcome here. There was no shaping of that portion of that deal. Once they decided and voted on how to do it, we went to work to try and figure out how to find it.
And at least for me, I was very surprised in how, the direction we actually went in versus, I thought I thought the public would take a more conservative approach. And we went, actually kind of reeled them in a little bit, on the amount of sales and.
Oh, yeah, we had.
Yeah, there was all kinds of stuff out there. It went to.
One thing, I talked to Chris last week, because no one hadn't reached out to him, and I kind of helped him from the very get-go.
Chris
Martin.
Chris Martin.
The team's never reached out to him. Like when we had talked that special meeting, he was gonna reach out to him, well, they never emailed him back ever. So I actually emailed Kevin, and then I texted him, and he actually got a hold of Chris. But Chris was telling me that, and part of the bid, that it only limited, and I'm wondering if this is in other divisions too, they only limited it to 2 certain bidders for his scope of work, which I thought was a little weird, and I was gonna have him maybe explain that to us, because, you know, if that happened anywhere else, you know, that could be. He said that was in the bid documents. I don't know. That's just what he was telling me. So.
Well, they may have. I think you're talking about the fact that they said we want either this kind of hardware or this kind of hardware.
He said and that's what I asked him too, and he went into the whole spiel about it. But he said they limited it to 2 companies to bid on it, which I don't know. He's here. I was gonna.
Some of it's very specific, like the jail hardware, and Larry's reiterated that several times through the course of this. Some of it isn't, but we've already identified that we want more broader scope, invitation for scopes, and that's probably gonna be one of the solutions that we're gonna get. Yeah, he had those concerns, but right now it's, well, we can talk about it, but we're in a point of, we can go back and revisit everything that's gone, but are we gonna rethink everything we've done? I mean, do we have a competitive dirt number that we could go ahead and start maybe doing some dirt that, in this discussion, is one of the things the dialogues I'm gonna have. Can we go ahead and start developing?
Well, it sounded like the dirt wasn't even really a big concern, because they'd already have that covered, right? I mean, weren't we focusing pretty hard on it? But they already had. I'm
saying, well, we're redirecting and rebidding and reshaping this. Are we comfortable enough to proceed with that? We've already revisited the electrical number and reduced that cost 40%, 50%. Is that something that we can continue to, because of the way the contract's set up, can we continue to negotiate with the lowest bidder there? I don't know, but those are some things we're gonna bring up for our meeting on Wednesday. And you're right, I'm looking at some different ideals to throw out there, because they're gonna be looking for value engineering ideals. How can we, reduce some square footage of facilities and get this in here? If, and I think this is optimistic, we go out and rebid like we did the electrical scope, and then during an before pre-pandemic, it was high, much higher than even estimated. And if we can redo that, I don't expect the whole project to come down 40% as is. That would be beyond optimistic in my opinion, but I think that we don't need a 40% reduction in the cost of it. We need some larger scopes to get more competitively bid. So anyway, we'll look at some different options and come up with some different ideals, and I think we'll make it work.
Are these your?
That's actually information that was left over from when we walked. We did town hall meetings. So yeah, that was all printing things that we had done. I think Jackie printed all that stuff out for us, and that's extra pamphlets. I want them here for reference. I want to make sure that we don't get beyond what we've committed to. If at all possible, we need to stay in line to what we told the community we're going to do for them. If it's possible, we intend to make that happen, don't we? If possible, we're going to make it happen.
So is the,
I mean, if there was gonna be a few bumps in the road and we're gonna light our hair on fire and head the other direction, we got the wrong crew. We're gonna face them and figure out what we're gonna do to make it happen and meet the language on the ballot and in the budget. That's my commitment. And if I can, I'm sorry. I publicly apologize, but we're still on board. I think we can get there. Right? Sorry, I didn't cut you off.
no, I think, I raised my hand and said I wanted to be part of it, so I'm here with you.
Hey, Dave, the appraiser ads or anything, or working on the appraiser stuff?
I think I sent you guys a copy of that, I believe. I'm just getting it out there and
Okay.
working on it.
Good.
I think Deb said she was going to some meeting at the end of the month, and she was gonna ask some people too.
Okay,
I don't know if she
didn't
needs
know
to take that letter, maybe, is,
Yeah. Any place we can get it out would be a good thing.
Jackie, what did you find out about behind that, the county attorney's office?
It's in my stack now, and I'm reaching out to Mr. Baker, but
I thought you.
what we need to know from him is what position does he take in terms of doing some repairs out there? I haven't heard back. But, I mean, we can either go in there and clean out those holes and fill them, which maybe the thing to do, I don't know.
I had to go over there and do some work, and I actually talked to him while I was there, and I don't know if they're focused on the whole actual drainage. I think it might be more gravel so they can park. So I know that like a few of them park up against the building, and then another one parks in the other direction up there. I think, I'm not 100% for sure, but I thought that's maybe what they were talking about, more gravel to park on maybe. I'm not 100% sure, so I don't know, it could be different than a drainage issue, I don't know. That's kind of what I heard was, they wanted more gravel up by her Camaro, which was sitting there, so she could park not in the grass, so, I don't know, something to check on.
I'll get with you and we'll figure something out that way.
This is something we could talk about, and Mike probably goes back to beginning of your term, I don't know, when they did the Boycourt Bridge out there. I had an individual, an old timer, reach out to me and ask me about that. They said that they wanted to know if there was government funds that were used to build that bridge, and they told me that the road was designed to be wider because it was supposed to be part of that fund to have that paved all the way across there for 911 access.
That was way before Mike's time, even.
Oh,
That was before my time.
Oh, okay. Well,
They had
do
just
you know what I'm
finished
talking about though?
Yeah, well, I know that they had just finished that bridge when I
Yoda.
came on. When I came on back in 1998 or 9, something like that. That we were in the middle of some budget problems because of it. They originally had talked about maybe trying to do that, you know, pave that road, but to pave it, they gotta make some significant changes in it, as I recall. But we ended up spending, because of the little eagles or whatever it was, we ended up spending like 3 times as much for the bridge as we were supposed to, and so there was no money left to do that.
And there was federal money involved in the building of that bridge, but the project went way over where it was supposed to be because of delays and various issues.
They were asking me if we ever had plans to do that, and
We've looked at it once since then.
I told them I was 8. I was like 5 or 8 years old. I didn't know that much about it.
They've looked at it once since then, and I think, you know, the changes that were gonna be required to the road before you could justify paving it were so significant. Is that since you've been on, did they look at that again?
Yeah, and actually, if you back into the overall plan of the community, okay, what corridors was going to be paved as a county road through our Linn County community. And that was one that was very early on, we looked at it, 1700 between 7 and 1077 got paved 15 years ago before I was here. And they were saying, okay, now you go down around 7 and go across all the way to, and connect 69 all the way to 1077, the west side of the county. And that may have been, but the idea, we brought in Byington and we brought in the folks on the road, and they said, because of the road not only east of Boyd Court in the floodplain and having to be built up, and the Corps engineer getting involved in that, and all it would take to do that is that would have to be, that's not possible because of that being in that flooded road area. The second part of it is west of Boyd Court, you get out past Payne, Quail, out by Brownbacks and McGinnis, and around through there, those hills that have to be relieved and cut and meet the requirements of a higher speed road, he said are not practical, feasible, was the assessment of the Public Works Department. And that was probably before Rick, probably, and you know, sometime 10 years
They were
ago,
talking, that's what
like
they were saying, you know, and they said that, I said, well, I'll ask, because I don't know nothing about it, but I said, they said, well, something will be brought up is it's a floodplain in the current, but they said that it's, I don't know, they went in about this backup buildup of water, and it's actually, 1095 actually gets it worse, it has a worse current when it floods, and it's paved, rather than it would in that area. I'm just relying, or just,
there's several miles in there that, it's not a commitment of let's pave from Boyd Court to over to.
it says only through road from
Valley or-
that entire area that goes all the way from 1095 over to. They were asking if we had any plans in this.
Dave Berglund actually brought that up a couple of years ago as well.
Yeah, you know, we've had the issue with the road straight north of Barker and how much traffic it is, and there's different motivations why and why not to have them done. And, but as we had at one time, when I first got here, Herb was the old guy, and he was telling that at one time they had areas they were trying to get paved, and they had a road, they had set aside, I believe at that time, $120,000 a year to try and pave a new piece of
Each
the
year?
road. Yeah, well, it was in the overall road budget, which is 3 point something. And anyway, that was the money they had set aside to put some, but that wasn't in the radar because of how expensive it would be to relieve those hills in there.
And that was going clear over from 1077 on a start, that 1700 coming across was one we did end up paving. And if you came on through, and part of the time it'd be 1650, and part of the time it was 17, depending on where you were, but those other sections were where it got into some terrain that was gonna be way more expensive to do.
Even a mile off of 7 down through there at 1650, there's a pretty low-speed hills in there and a big rock relief that would have to happen. And anyway, they looked at the entire project and they said, there's no need of doing 5% of this, and what we're committed to do the whole thing. $180,000 would be a 50-year program to get across there. And they said, that's not practical. So, and so, yeah, we could pave in front of somebody's house or, you know, from their house to the corridor or something like that, but it's not practical to do that whole from 7 Highway all the way to 69 through there, is what we were told by the road group at that time.
You did get gravel out there, and It's very dusty now, but it looks good.
That's the premise of what's happened so far.
Well, do you find anything in there?
No, just kind of working on some ideals here that would be, if somebody came to me on a project like that, with some value engineering, or what kind of thoughts we would have.
Is there anything in the government center that we could actually, do away with that we don't actually need that's in there?
The government center or the justice center?
The government center.
I've got some ideas for eliminating half of it. That's one of the things we'll talk about tomorrow.
Here's Chris, I want to ask him
Wednesday?
about
Yeah,
his
Wednesday.
findings.
This is the justice.
Justice.
Here's the government. Architectural, I believe, he says 100%
Hey, Chris.
of reviews.
We've been waiting on you.
Hey, could you come up here for just a second?
You're in trouble.
He would have come in that door for nothing if he'd known that. No, we got a question for you.
Okay. Did they get a hold of you about Kevin texted me and said he got a hold of you?
Yes. He
Good
sent me an email
conversation?
with what that previous bid was for that. So there was some issues that I had with it that I would talk to you about. But I know there's a meeting Monday and the bids haven't been accepted, so.
I was sharing with them, did you say one of your findings was that there was only two?
Possibly be able to
companies that bid on
reshape
that? That
Correct.
was limited to two?
There's only two that were allowed.
Yeah, do you
In
know
the bid
what-
document, it says there's these certain two companies that were allowed to bid.
Yeah, what I've been looking at is.
And your concern is why, right?
Why, yeah, because I mean, you can't do that, you can't limit that.
Underneath this kitchen where the.
And then, my concern is, did it happen in other places, is that why we?
Now, the practical, there's 20 reasons not to.
I think
don't know, but it looks-
one electrical is
That's what
obviously
you and I
so
been talking
big
about
that
out here on the phone.
on
So,
certain
hey,
people
wait a
would
minute, we're losing grade over
Make
here.
Yeah, but I mean, there's just so many
The floor,
companies
this
out there that,
access to
I
the
mean-
solid floor
Yeah,
is
so
like
we'll
5
just
feet
ask.
lower, the elevation of this thing here.
I think
I mean, I'm thinking, it's not a far stretch,
That's
plus
all
we've got a
good.
huge.
Your conversation was good?
To make right next to
Yeah, it
the
was
drainage ditch. and-
productive, but
No,
obviously with the
free
bids
route,
going
But is it practical?
back or not accepted at this time,
Maybe it needs to be
Did
bid
you get
as an
enough info to
alternate.
be able
It
to
has
do what
be.
you need to do? To give us a, approximate cost of what?
there still hasn't been a meeting with them to discuss any scopes. All he sent me was the actual bid that they sent him,
So
or
does it
sent
need to be
in.
included in our meeting on Wednesday?
I think Kevin definitely needs to be, if you have the time to commit to it, to be here, and it's a public meeting, so, but, I mean,
But I mean, Chris is gonna be doing a bidding on a certain.
a little bit of the issue, I would probably not come to thinking that I want to have, because we're on the onset of a possible major redesign. This may be wasted effort to say, okay.
Yeah.
But there's some foundation parts of the things you're asking that
Right.
are very much going to be
Right.
thought through.
Yeah,
But I'm sure they haven't, it would be premature for them to say, do this, this, and this.
Exactly.
They don't know what we're gonna say to them.
that was the conversation that I had with them Friday, and there were some things that we had talked about that they needed to change that were in the bid that did not change, specifically certain brands of types of hardware in the back end, but since the bid wasn't accepted,
Right.
we still have an opportunity to deal with that, so I was okay with it. Yeah.
Yeah, there are some foundation things we get working on, but until we chisel this thing out in stone and get it into the budget, well,
Yeah,
we may be taking out 5 cameras.
maybe, that's right.
Don't go.
Okay.
You wore out?
Well, I guess, I didn't anticipate being here all day, so.
Understand.
Anytime you walk in here all day, just let me know ahead of time. I'll prepare for it.
We're good.
I had some other commitments.
I'm done. Danny, you got anything else?
I don't think so. I'm just excited for the meeting on Wednesday.
I don't think it's in total big eraser deal, but it's, there's gonna be, have to be some, I'm curious to see what their ideas are. Come with an open mind, sharp pencil.
I think it's just a time to get everything out there on the table. You know, if we have issues, we have issues, let's get it dealt with and move on. I'll try to keep it limited.
The only thing, reason I say we're having the meetings, obviously for budget purposes. I mean, other than that, I don't know why.
Redesigning.
Well, now we're going to have to, yeah, because we can't stay within our budget, so that'll be an interesting conversation.
That's why I didn't know, like, we try to do our own little tiny design and then put our brains with theirs and see, you know, I mean, they're the professionals, not us, but.
You need to bring some ideals, and maybe it'll generate some round-tabled ideals that, you know, that I mean, I'd put it right next to the other 10 projects I've done like this, which is 0, so, but I do have some ideas. We'll see.
Do you feel that we'd talk about involvement, more meetings and stuff? I mean, we wasted a lot of time by, I just feel like there's not a whole lot of communication, just with the projects I've ever dealt with, there's just not, I feel like there's a whole lot of waiting and unanswered questions just floating around.
Well,
I mean, in a project like this, there's gotta be, I mean, weekly meetings, I mean.
there will be in the construction phase of it, but right now, I mean, they threw this out here with the hopes it would come in where they need, and we knew it would be over budget. We knew that, and I knew there'd be some value in it.
You knew that? I didn't know that.
I had assumed that it would be over somewhat, and there'd be some adjustments and maybe some alternates. The whole reason we're approaching it was so we could negotiate it, so we could get those things worked out. Did I expect to be that? No. I don't think they expect to be that. But we bid this in the absolute worst climate that we could have bid it in, be proceeded, because there's no precedented time where the bidding gets that quickly, that much more competitive because of a pandemic or whatever. So I've got great hopes that just, even if you rebid this project, it would reduce 20%, well, you're pretty
Do you think that labor
Is Andy
wise
still in
will
there, or
go
is he
down,
gone
but
to
material
lunch?
wise is gonna skyrocket?
Andy gone to lunch?
material will move it.
All right. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
No, I fully expected to be coming in over budget just a little bit, and then we'd have to be and figure out how to roll it in. But it's, like I said, our climate, there's some things we've already identified that we want to do a better job of fixing. I think it's going to be accumulation of several things to help us get where we need to be. And then maybe reduce the footprint some, which means we may have to lose whatever.
Here, that's easy.
As far as
That's a good way of putting it.
As far as the upfront communication, coordination, how many meetings have you been to? I mean, you talked and this and that, and things get moved and changed, and they have to make it fit in the box, so.
River City didn't even have a clue that we were within this budget and wanted to stay within that budget? I mean, that's.
No, I don't think so. I don't know where that came from, but I know that they sent all the numbers from the architects and all the numbers to River City, and before we even committed, they said, yeah, I think we can get there.
Yeah,
That's why.
I didn't put much merit in that either.
Yeah.
And then some PM or some controller or somebody in the deal said, oh, I didn't know you was trying to get into there. Well, that seems like a knee-jerk reaction to a bigger problem. I mean, that's obviously not viable.
Right.
That's not viable. We'll keep it civil. Like I said, we need to get work through with them. Promise the project, and within give us a budget. We've done our part of what we needed to do. We just need to hold,
not drag on any longer, though.
Hold their feet to the fire, get them what they said we need to do.
Yeah, I'm ready to get going too.
Have to get going. I mean,
Otherwise.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Move and second, all in favor? Aye.